Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening. While I move my Halloween candy so I can read my thing here. Okay. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council, Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, and we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we'll be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Present.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Present.
And Mayor Anthony.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We'd like to advise the community there will be 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. Public comment for the reports to council will be taken in person only. If you'd like to participate in the general public comment period over the phone, please call now 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until the in-person comments have been received. We have 7 announcements this evening. There is a video to play. Oh.
I think it's so spooky it's not playing.
I can narrate it. We have the Parks and Rec Halloween events. Is it on mute?
You can.
Yeah? All right. Show me the script. Let's do it. I can read a script. I've done this before in a past life. All right. October 17th and the 24th, join the Parks and Recreation Department for a spooky good time. I'm assuming that's what would have been on the video. This Halloween season, we have plenty of events that are perfect for the whole family, including our Halloween Skate Fest and Little Pumpkins Tot Party. Who comes up with these names? See, that's what you get. You get the commentary. That's what you don't get on the video. On Saturday, October 28th, and our Halloween Carnival, Tuesday, October 31st. Okay. All right. So the Skate Fest and the Tot Party is on the 28th, and the Carnival is on the 31st. Remember that. All events feature fun games, activities, and opportunities to win lots of yummy treats. For details, you can visit burbankparks.com. October 24th, the 2023 Our Burbank Halloween Destination Guide is live. Enjoy viewing all 50 entries in this year's decoration contest. It's the perfect way to celebrate the spooky season. Residents are encouraged to submit their fan favorite vote now through October 30th at surveymonkey.com/r/Burbank fan favorite. surveymonkey.com/r/Burbank fan favorite. That's where you can vote. Make sure to follow Burbank CA on social media to find out the winners and other fun festivities happening in Burbank all season long. October 7th and October 24th, the community is invited to attend an informational meeting on the Aleppo Pine reforestation strategy. This meeting will take place also Wednesday. You know what? I'm reading the dates that this is supposed to be read, and that should not be part of it.
The reforestation strategy.
There it is.
Visit
Okay.
burbankca.gov/city reforestation. The Burbank Parks and Recreation Department, in partnership with the Valley Cultural Foundation and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, presents the Fall Festival, a night in the park, on Saturday, November 18th, starting at 2 p.m. at Johnny Carson Park. This free festival will feature food trucks, art vendors, and live performances. At 5 p.m., there will be a showing of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, celebrating the film's 30th anniversary. See you there! The Our Burbank 311 app has expanded its capabilities to include Burbank Animal Shelter service requests. This free app makes it easier than ever to report wildlife sightings, submit pet noise complaints, report lost or found pets, and more. Available for download on the Apple app and Google Play stores or access online at 311.burbankca.gov. The Superior Court of California is looking for dedicated citizens to join the 2024-2025 Los Angeles County Civil Grand Jury. Experience the spirit of civic service and make an impact in government oversight at the county level. Qualified residents are encouraged to apply now through November 9. To learn more about this unique opportunity, visit lacourt.org/forms/jury. Attention all artists. The Burbank Parks and Recreation Department and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission are launching a pilot arts grant program to support local artists and art organizations and to engage Burbank residents with diverse and outstanding cultural arts projects. Available grants range from $1,000 to $5,000. For more information and to apply, please visit burbankca.gov/community arts grant. The application deadline is December 5th, 2023. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, we have 3 council presentations on the agenda. Ooh. Oh, I'm supposed to be down there. I was so concerned with reading that new script and saying spooky. All right. We'll begin with a presentation of a certificate of recognition commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Burbank Historical Society. This is very exciting. Let me get Don Baldessaroni, President of the Burbank Historical Society and Chair of the Burbank Heritage Commission. Good to see you, Don. How are you?
Thank you.
Did you want to bring anybody else up, or you got your speech here?
Well, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I like that young lady that did the video up there to do my talking for me. You know, she's pretty good. You did a good job too, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay. The Burbank Historical Society and Gordon Howard Museum Complex, one of the largest historical society museums in the United States. Just to give you a sense of what we have accomplished over the last 50 years, the Burbank Historical Society is second to the New York Historical Society in terms of square footage dedicated to the history of our respective cities. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive because it's our town. 50 years ago, when Mary Jane Strickland identified the need to collect and preserve documents pertaining the history of our city probably didn't think she would become the repository of over 150,000 documents and objects, nor grow to the size we are today. The framework that she and the original members of the board of directors set enabled the museum to scale and to fully present the historical records of over the past 200 years. One of the ways we reach out to our young people in Burbank is through our scholarship program, outstanding students who submit essays that capture their imagination on what Burbank will look like in 50 years, okay, from now. All of the essays will be available on our website and on the easels on the second floor of the museum. In the past, we have toured 1,100 kids a year. We pick them up at the schools, bring them over to the museum, and take them back to school. We have a great donor that does that for us. So we're really into the kids because those are our future. Okay. Let's see, where am I at? Okay, here we go. From Burbank schools. However, in the past 3 years, due to COVID, we had to be on a hiatus for that until this year, when John and Bonnie Adamek will be graciously paying for the bus ride to the museum from school. Our 50th year was fantastic. We had a tea in May, we had a barbecue in July, and then we had the champagne come on. No, it wasn't gala. Come on. Sounds like. Okay. No, reception. Okay. Anyway, check out myburbank.com. Great article, a lot of pictures, and it explains a little bit more about the museum. You know, we'd like everyone to come. You don't know what you're missing. You really don't, you know. So open 1 to 4 Saturdays, Sundays, and we do take tours. So if you have 20 or 30 people who would like to come over, and then from there go out to lunch or something, that's fine. Okay, historyofburbank.com. Please come and see us. Thank you.
Now, you brought some people up here with you, or who?
No, I'm by myself.
You just by yourself? You didn't have help?
Let me get I brought a few of the board of the directors with us. I got my wife, Sue, very integral part.
Take a picture.
Yeah, thanks.
We got Sue.
We got Sue. We got Joseph Rangel. Okay. And then we got Marie Patia, which is vice president. And Barbara Bartman, which is our treasurer. And evidently we did okay. Yeah, come on, baby.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to read you this certificate of recognition from the City of Burbank, presented to the Burbank Historical Society in recognition of your 50th anniversary. Congratulations on this milestone. On behalf of the City Council, I thank you for your dedication to collecting, preserving, and sharing the rich history of our community, and we wish you continued success. You got to be in the picture. No.
No, she doesn't. Next time you read it.
I will. I'll read it next time, yes. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, next is the proclamation declaring October 2023 Home Again LA Month in the City of Burbank. So I want to welcome up Mr. Albert Hernandez, Chief Executive Officer, Home Again Los Angeles. Okay, now this, all right, you stand here. This is a proclamation. Okay, here we go. Home Again LA Month. Whereas Home Again Los Angeles, or HALA, was founded in 2010 to provide shelter to unhoused families and resources to those at risk of homelessness. And whereas together HALA and the City of Burbank have fostered a strong partnership aimed at addressing the growing needs of our residents, including collaborating with Burbank congregations to establish temporary shelter solutions, managing Jerry's Promise transitional housing units for families in need, administering the Lifting People Up citywide program, which includes job development, financial planning, and life skills training, and providing crucial homelessness prevention measures through case management and emergency rental assistance, among other initiatives. And whereas HALA has provided critical services to 699 households over the past 12 months, including securing housing, increasing annual household income, and housing stability, now therefore I, Constantine Anthony, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Home Again Los Angeles Month in the City of Burbank, and wish them continued success for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. I'd actually like to invite my team here. We've got a few team members here. We've got case managers, housing navigators, our program director, street outreach. So Crystal, Brianna, Chiquita, Carrie, and Emily. Will you please join me? That was a test. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much again for this proclamation. Home Again LA has been around for 13 years, a little over 13 years. When we first opened our doors, we were so proud to be able to work with local congregations in providing families with children shelter and securing permanent housing. Unfortunately, throughout the years, and most recently because of the pandemic, we've had to add additional programs that we've been able to leverage either on a state level or through other foundations. But more importantly, it's the partnership that we love and we believe in with the City of Burbank. We've been honored to be able to implement various programs side by side with each and every one of you, not just the council members, but the amazing staff from Burbank Housing Authority and Community Development Department. We're just here to celebrate our partnership, our success, our staff. All month long, we've been offering fundraisers like the Empty Bowl, which many of you were there. We have a big Macy's campaign going on right now through the end of the month. We're just really blessed to be able to provide this service. So thank you so much for honoring us and proclaiming October as Home Again LA Month. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. They do really great work, and they really did step up. And when we needed them more, they increased their programs. It was incredible to watch the increase. You rolled with the punches and just took on everything that we needed. So thank you for that. Our final presentation for the evening is a proclamation recognizing Jess A. Talamontes for 46 years of dedicated service as a City of Burbank employee and City Council member. So I want to bring up former Mayor Talamontes up here for his proclamation. It's an honor to have you here, sir. So before I read this, there's a little history. He hit 45 years last year, but he was a City Council member and we didn't know what to do. But now that he's on vacation and retired, we get to bring him back. And we get to embarrass him all over again. So this is great. All right, so proclamation. Jess A. Talamontes. Whereas on August 12th, 1974, Jess began his career with the City of Burbank as an administrative aide. And Jess embarked on his journey with the Burbank Fire Department on October 6th, 1975, promoting through the ranks and completing his dedicated 32-year career in the esteemed role of captain, retiring on December 22nd, 2007. And whereas Jess was elected to the City Council in 2009 and served as the Centennial Mayor in 2011, and whereas he was re-elected in 2013 and undertook his second term as mayor in 2016, and whereas Jess was re-elected in 2017 and once again served as mayor in 2021, and whereas after 3 full terms in the City Council, Jess officially retired from his role in local government in 2022, but continues to serve his community diligently as a commissioner of the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority and as a dedicated member of the San Fernando Valley Service Sector Governance Council. Now, therefore, I, Constantine Anthony, current mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby commend Jess A. Talamontes for his 46 years of dedication to the city as both a city employee and council member. I encourage all Burbank employees and residents to join me in recognizing his exceptional contributions to our community. Signed the 24th of October, 2023. Congratulations.
Let me get my speech out. Oh. No, you know, it's been a long time, obviously, 46 years. goes by in a flash when you start looking back at it. But when you're back there and on the first year, it looks like forever it's going to take. I did this because I love my community. I love to provide service at the fire department for 33 years, obviously at the council level for 13 plus years. Provided service to our residents, and I took pride and I was honored to represent our residents as a council member and mayor, and working with my colleagues. You know, up here, it's over the years, the faces changed because they either didn't run or didn't get elected. But nonetheless, we work together as a team. We are a team for the betterment of the community. That's the bottom line. You know, and I've said this many times over the years. I listen to staff's report, I listen to the community, and my decision making is what's best for the community. When I put those two things together, what's best for the community of the city of Burbank that I love so much, and that's given me more than I expected. But nonetheless, I've got my wife here, Sandy, that's provided me support for the last. We've been married 48 years.
I don't have a certificate for that.
Yeah. This past June 28th was 48 years. My oldest son, Eric Talamontes, is here. He's got obviously a wife and two daughters that weren't able to make it tonight. They're Huntington Beach. I've got my son, Scott, with his girlfriend, Gina, here. And Scott's been one of my biggest critics and supporters. After every council meeting, why did you say that, Dad? Why couldn't you said this? But nonetheless, I consider him my campaign manager for the three elections that I went through. And obviously we were very successful. Yes, what do you want to do, Scott? Yeah, we'll do that as well. And my daughter, last but not least, Kristen, who's got the three kids here. We've got Shane. Shane, raise your hand. There he is. Then Dylan. There you go. And Reagan, our little princess. She just turned 2 a couple of days ago. But nonetheless, they've been big supporters. And, my decision not to run this last election was when I sat down with the family and asked, so what do you think? Should I go for a 4th term? And the bottom line is, my daughter, Kristen, says, what else do you want to do, Dad? You've been married 3 times. You were the centennial mayor. What else is there? Just go out on top. And guess what? Yeah, right. I went out on top. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Staff. After all the years that we worked together, thank you very much.
All right, stick around a couple more years and we'll get you a 50. So
I'm way past 50.
take that. That's yours. Thank you. Okay. All right. Actually, you know what? There's a quick, before we go on, there was just a quick surprise. Someone from the audience wanted to get Mr. Talamontes here a presentation from Rise Burbank. If you could turn around real quick, there's a young lady here who wants to give you this little presentation here.
Maybe I'm gonna turn around. I need him. I thought he was gonna help me.
You need some help?
I need a little help. Okay. Is this on?
Yeah, go ahead. You can use the microphone. Yeah.
So I came here for another reason. But when I saw on the agenda that former council member, mayor, and such a wonderful man was being honored, I was so elated to be a part of the class of 2019 Rise Burbank. And so I just put together something on behalf of us all. And if you can hold this for me, I'm going to stand up for this one, because that day we had such a wonderful time in this room. And he did a little skit dance with me. And I haven't danced since that day, literally, basically. And so I wanted to make sure that he goes out remembering us. And I knew that his beautiful family would be here. And I always like to meet the women that's behind all of this success because we work so hard behind the scenes. And so I met them outside, and it took everything for me not to. You see, it's easier to stand up when you got some help. And so on behalf of the class of 2019, this is presented to Jess A. Telemontes, and we thank you for your years of dedicated service and for motivational leadership to residents, inspiring service and empowerment for Burbank citizens and beyond. October the 24th, 2023. And thank you. I'm Madam Queen, and I just wanted to make sure that he remembered us. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, his family, especially Scott, for asking him, why do you do that?
Thank you. That's great. That's great. Awesome. Mr. Thomas, if you want to stick around, we're going to do some public comment real quick, but I'm sure our colleagues will want to weigh in and give you some words. But first, let's go to our city manager, Justin Hess. Do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That would be a hard act to follow, so I do not have anything
All
to
right,
report,
all right.
and I'll yield back.
Mr. City Attorney, will you report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and for the benefit of the public, this afternoon, City Council met in a special meeting to discuss 3 items on their closed session agenda, all matters of existing litigation. The first item was VCI Utility Services versus City of Burbank. It's a breach of contract case. City Council took no reportable action on this item. The second item was Veronica Nazarian versus City of Burbank premises liability case. City Council took no reportable action on that item. The third item was Nicholas Gutierrez versus City of Burbank. It is a California Voting Rights Act litigation. Council gave unanimous direction this evening to defend against this Voting Rights Act case while the City Council continues the process to evaluate the composition of the City Council and other matters, other direction given to the City Attorney's Office with the Charter Review Committee.
Thank you. All right, now is the time for general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please fill out a yellow public comment card. If you're at home, you can call the number right now, 818-238-3335. You'll be put in a queue after we get through these. First up, I have Rabbi Mark Sobel, followed by Jack Artan. Hello, Rabbi. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, from the bottom of my heart, and I know for the members of my congregation, we are so sorry to hear about the bombing of the Greek Orthodox Church in Gaza. I was unaware of it until I looked it up, and it was there. And I ask a favor of you, as an old friend. If they are publicized who have either passed or injured you, email me. I'll put them in my morning prayers. I have morning prayers for those who are to healing, and that goes for the City Council. Please, it's markhsobel@gmail.com. I will add them all to my prayers. We live in a time when everybody is very, very, very sensitive, and your words, while well mentioned, showed a love of your religion as we were ours, but it was a little bit harsh. And I ask of you if you could, in a further speech, maybe tone it down a little bit. And yes, there are governments that we are not agreeing with. I don't want to keep rehashing it. We've seen the videos and everybody's really upset. And I had some other things to do, but you know, the facts are the facts, and we can discuss it as friends. What I'd rather do, if you'll allow me to, and I have a minute and a half, and I don't know if I can get through this in that. This is a prayer, ladies and gentlemen, I pray every morning. A prayer for peace. It was developed by my predecessor, Rabbi William Kramer, who some of you know, and a man by the name of James Mattis. May they both rest in peace. In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. In the new year of promise of peace in the Holy Land, remember us unto life. Let the holy wall of your ancient sanctuary be a foundation again and not a barricade. Teach us that there is no glory in war, no honor in hatred. May no one again profane your holy name by praying in your name in any tongue for the ruin of any of your children. Have we not all one Father? Did not one God create us? Let the land of Zion and the house of Israel become an example to the world, that all your children may rise above war and hate. In that day Israel shall be a third partner with Egypt and Assyria as a blessing on earth. For the Lord of hosts will bless them, saying, Blessed be my people Egypt, my handiwork Assyria, and my very own Israel. Then shall the Torah, the Bible, come forth from Zion, the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. Thus he will judge among the nations and arbitrate for the many peoples. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not take up sword against nation. They shall never again know war. I'm wearing a tie that says, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. If anybody would like it right now, I'll take my tie off and give it to them. Let us all pray for peace in Jerusalem. And let us say, Amen. Miracle of miracle, I did it under 3 minutes. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you. Jack Artan from Senator Anthony Portantino's office, followed by Nori Walla.
Hi. In a fun twist of fate, I'm not actually here to talk about Burbank. I'm here to discuss an event in Glendale. There is a free health festival on November 4th. We wanted to just get some information out to the public, to anyone here. We don't want it to go and be missed. So on November 4th, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Pacific Community Center, that is 501 South Pacific Avenue in Glendale, there will be a free health festival. It's the 12th anniversary. My coworker Arda has typically brought this up, but I'm doing it this year. So participants can have blood pressure, cholesterol, and blood sugar measurements by licensed physicians, as well as eye care specialists will be on site to perform eye exams of any kind, as well as dental screenings, cleanings, fillings, and extractions. So if anyone's having tooth problems, that's also available. And there is hearing tests, as well as many kinds of vaccines, COVID, flu, anything of that sort. So they'll be available in Glendale on November 4th. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to our office, and you can visit glendalehealthfestival.com for more information. Hope everybody goes in good health.
Thank you. Nori Walla, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I reiterate my request last week to amend the Burbank Municipal Code to align it with SB 423. Thank you, Councilmember Mullins, for requesting that this issue be on the Council's agenda soon. However, in looking at the agenda forecast this morning, I didn't see it. You have only 4 regular meetings left this year, and it's imperative that the alignment of Burbank's code with the state statute occur prior to January 1st, in order that Burbank's equestrian community can be provided some protection going forward. The timing is a requirement of Section R. It is mandatory. Please calendar this matter as an urgency ordinance and have it effective prior to January 1st. Second, the alternate route map in agenda item N6 suggests that the routes will afford some degree of safety from construction impacts for equestrians accessing the bridge during the Mariposa construction. These routes are not safe. When was this map put together? This map was not available to the public either before or during the public hearing on the Mariposa project in July. Had it been made available to us at that time, you can be certain that the equestrian community would have commented about it. It provides the antithesis of safe travel for equestrians. The Pollywog Trail runs parallel to and in between Valley Heart and the river. The height of the fencing separating this narrow trail from the river varies, but is no more than 24 inches tall at trail grade. It does not reach the underbelly of my horse, let alone the seat of my saddle. It provides no protection for either horse or rider from a fall into the river if the horse panics or the horse loses footing on a trail pitted with wildlife burrow holes. One loud, sharp sound from a construction truck on Valley Heart can set in motion a panic scenario for both horse and rider. and the fencing will not stop either of them from launching into the river. Regarding the perimeter trail, the construction zone runs 166 feet along the public trail which surrounds the equestrian center. The construction zone is 10 horizontal feet from the trail and 11 feet up from the trail. A horse's vision enables them to have a panoramic view of their surroundings. That, in combination with their elevated hearing, their sense of smell, and 4 legs to run with, enables them to detect predators, or what they think are predators, and bolt away from what they fear. Construction equipment which can mechanically telescope into the air above their heads and is located so close to them horizontally is terrifying to a prey animal like a horse. And hand-walking a horse instead of riding it does not remedy the situation. The horse is no less fearful by being on a leash. This entire property will be a construction zone, and the bridge is 7 feet wide, 53 feet from the southernmost edge of this construction
Thank you.
zone.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. All right, I have David Donahue, followed by Jim Lane.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue, business owner, homeowner, and I'm happy to be here. Several issues to talk about, general comment. One, e-bikes and the regulation thereof. The Police Commission had a report by the Burbank Police Department talking about how e-bikes are relatively unregulated, that due to their motor size and capacity, they're not even considered motorized, but I think that we can all agree that they very much are. I live right off Chandler Path, and it is not any day that I see an e-bike cruising along. It is becoming more prevalent that the e-bikes are exceeding what I anticipate is 20 miles an hour, and they are zooming down and they're not paying attention to the stop signs or yielding in any manner. I would refer back to the report to the Police Commission by the Police Department that basically noted these things. I'm not sure when that or how that report would make it to council, but I would ask if you could look at that. I would appreciate it. The next is Olive Avenue. The Transportation Commission, I know, is going to be looking at Olive Avenue and the Metro. I know I think you've requested that. I believe, Mayor Schultz, you did. So it'd be nice to see that on the agenda. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to be heard or have a report back in 2023, but I would appreciate it if you would. Also, the last Police Commission, last week I attended, and there was a report and a question by Commissioner Romick Hagobian asking about zero bail and the effects. And the police officer, I believe, the gentleman who was doing the report said there is absolutely an effect if you have zero bail policies and what it does to your community. My concern is for the safety of Burbank, and I would ask if you would also look at that the comments made at that last Police Commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jim Lane, followed by Tony Osick. That's my last card.
Good evening. In the fall of 2020, I was traveling over the bridge, the Pass Avenue Bridge, which goes over the 134, and there's a traffic light there. It was red. I stopped. There was a group of Eric Early supporters there who had a massive sign attached to the Caltrans fence there. Now, they had been doing that for a while, and I politely asked them to not leave the sign there because you can't do that. Before I could even finish my request, one of the people there threatened me and said that the person over there, the man over there, had a gun, and I wouldn't bring it up with that guy over there. The light turned green. I went home. I thought about it, called the police, told them what had happened, and I actually went back over there. The police came, and as you might expect, just deteriorated in a bunch of screaming and yelling and whatnot. I was told I could sue the group if I wanted to. Fast forward a few weeks ago, a former mayor here of Burbank, who, and you saw the emails, copies of the emails that I've sent you, who had threatened local blogger Jim Carlisle. He stood here channeling his best Joe McCarthy, saying, "I have 500 signatures in my hand. Your demands, Mayor, Constantine Anthony, resign or whatever." right? I want to point out that the people who organized that signature gathering, some of them were part of the Eric Early crew that I had a run-in with a couple of years earlier. So that's sort of the trajectory a little bit of that line. Last week, I had to listen to Mr. Schlossman's diatribe, telling the mayor, or explaining to everybody why the mayor didn't show up for the State of the City event. During response to public comment, Mr. Anthony responded to Mr. Schlossman and was trying to explain why he wasn't there. At one point, the mayor said, I mentioned threats to employees, Burbank employees, council members, staff, I don't know. In the middle of that response, the mayor was interrupted by the city attorney and said something like brevity, and the mayor immediately stopped. So, I haven't seen anything in the news about this. There's poor reporting of what goes on at these hearings anyway, but I have not seen anything about this in terms of actual reporting. So it's my position that if Burbank employees are receiving death threats over this made-up controversy, it's important that Burbank citizens know about this, and if the mayor is talking about this, I'm really offended that the city attorney tells you to shut up, basically, and not talk about this. Why? Well, my former congressional representative, Tip O'Neill, once wrote, all politics is local. So it's important that locals know what's going on here. Are people getting threatened? And if they are, we need to know about it. And I don't appreciate the
Thank you, Mr.
mayor
Lane.
getting shut up by it.
I have Madam Queen Surlis, followed by Lori Martin.
Hi again, and thank you all, council members, mayor, vice mayor. There are so many things that I want to talk about, so it's great that we have more opportunities, two opportunities to speak, okay? Piggybacking on what the rabbi said, I want to give honor to the God of all gods of Israel, and his name is Yahweh, and his son is Yeshua. So I'm giving that back because some people aren't serving the higher God, Yahweh. As we know, there are many, and people are being threatened. There are inhumane acts going on right here in Burbank. The good thing is that there are so many good people in Burbank till it really outshines what these few people are doing. But it's time to break the silence. I'm facing inhumanities that phone calls could cease. I'm in this chair because I was run out of town rather than fight. There's something that I learned in therapy that says you either take flight or fight when you fear. So because I am a Burbank ambassador, I'm not going to get into any altercations because I am so grateful for what this council did in 2019, which is why when I saw Mr. Telemontes being honored, I had to switch up my whole program and let him know because I want him to go out remembering us. Because that was one of the best times that I've had. I was living from my vehicle because, again, I'm not going to do anything bad, and it caused me to be unhoused. I have the equivalent of 3 master's degrees. Tenants are calling police on me for no reason, trying to effectuate a 5150. I was threatened in front of my unit with roach spray, went to the police department right here after going to the attorney's office and telling them, they said, go report it to the police. The police basically laughed at the video that I showed them, and I was literally in fear for my life and still am, and I am praying that someone will use their voice because when I left, my vehicle was taken from my assigned parking space, and everyone knew, the videos are still up on YouTube, about the harassment and why I left. I'm not going to embarrass this city or myself.
Thank you. My last card I have is Lori Martin.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm not really good at this, but I grew up like at the Pickwick and the Rancho. I've been riding down the trails since the 60s. I grew up at the Five Horsemen Inn and renting horses from the Pickwick, and I saw from one place to another disappear, the horse stables disappear. And I give riding lessons now to little kids. And, you know, they have to depend on the horses to keep them safe. And, you know, and sometimes I go out there and they've had bikes come at us, motorcycles come at us, different things come at us, you know? And I try to always keep my kids safe because it's the most important thing to me. And I do also handicap kids where sometimes I have to pony them on the horse. But when the parents tell me it's meant so much to them for them to ride with me and the confidence they get from horseback riding, and to see another stable disappear like Circle K, it just makes me so sad inside. And I'm sorry for crying. I just think of all the things that I've gotten to do being there and riding my whole life there on the trails, and how much fun and how many kids their parents have told me I've enriched their lives from it. You know, it was so sad if Circle K disappears, just like the rest of them. There used to be Booth and Dinkara, and I grew up with all the horses there and watched one by one these stables disappear. And it's just really sad to me that we can't at least try and keep the last one there. Do something to keep the last riding stable where people can board their horse and kids can come and just not be on a computer or like, you know, just in the house, and they get to actually get out and interact with the horse or the donkey or, you know, whatever animal is there at the stable, you know. So I'm really sorry. I just wanted to say that, and hopefully you guys can do something to save the last stable that we have that brings so much joy to so many kids. I hope you understand what I mean and how I feel. So I'm really sorry, but thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the calls.
The first caller is Jennifer Sosnowski.
Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council members, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Yes, my name is Jennifer Sosnowski, and I have applied to fill the vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees. I was hoping to be there in person tonight to put a face to a name for you all, but unfortunately my husband tested positive for COVID yesterday, and so I thought better to stay home and be safe than sorry. I wanted to tell you a bit about myself and why I would be a great addition to the library board. I'm a pediatric physical therapist, and my life's purpose is to help others and to fight for others. My husband works for Insomniac Games here in Burbank, and our son attends Joaquin Miller Elementary. Prior to that, he spent his toddler and preschool years down the street at the YMCA. We moved to Burbank right before our son was born almost 8 years ago. And prior to that, we lived in 5 other communities in LA County, and none of them have held a candle to what you all have helped to create here. Burbank has this reputation of being a small community that really takes pride in its people and invests in the community. And it's lived up to that reputation in multiple ways during our time here. The library is such a beautiful piece of our Burbank community puzzle, and I'm excited about the opportunity to be an advocate in a more official capacity. Specifically, I'm really excited about future plans with the Central Library campus. I'm also really moved to be a voice in protecting the freedom to read and to fight censorship. I see the position on the library board as a means of educating my neighbors on what the library does and the importance of its position in our community. There are members of our dear city that simply don't know how broad the scope of services that the library provides is, or how many of their neighbors rely on it. Even I continue to learn how far-reaching its impact is. I also see the library board position as a way that I can help to get others excited about our city and active in our community. I want to encourage those that don't typically voice their opinion publicly to do so. And I want to be able to point them in the right direction to be heard and help them navigate how to get their voice heard to improve participation, like attending public meetings or calling or emailing council members. I love our city, and I'm excited about our future. Again, my name is Jen Sosnowski, and I appreciate your time and your consideration for the library board vacancy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Steve Chesson.
Steve, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Steve Chesson, and I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform. At your meeting of October 3rd, you passed a motion that, among other things, asked that the prospective plaintiff that was mentioned in the CVRA notice letter that you received back in August, that person be invited to participate in discussions concerning Burbank's electoral future. And you also asked that the Los Angeles Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk be contacted regarding the feasibility of cumulative voting. Well, we now know what Mr. Gutierrez's response was. But I am curious to know if the Los Angeles Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk has responded to your query concerning the feasibility of cumulative voting, and if he was shown the mocked-up cumulative voting ballots that my colleagues prepared and that I had sent to the city clerk. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next caller is Catherine Warner.
Catherine, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is Katie Warner. We have 2 properties in the Rancho, and we're calling to talk about our serious safety concerns, both our deep sadness and sorrow over what's going on with the Mariposa project. We own a property over on Dincara, as well as the loss to our community for our kids as our equestrian way of life continues to erode. There's not much I can offer that hasn't been said by other equestrians and homeowners in the neighborhood who are dedicated to our community, but I think it might help to hear from both of my kids who regularly ride in our neighborhood. This is my son, William Morrow.
Hi, I'm William. I'm talking because if we lose horses, a lot of kids will be sad, and if the horses spook, people could get hurt or die.
I think it also, my 5-year-old is feeling a little worried about talking, but she wants you all to know that she and her 31-year-old pony regularly ride through our equestrian neighborhood. The project at Mariposa has inadequate safety protections. I'm disappointed in how little time we had to review the safety report that was published, posting signage about construction. Anyone who knows anything about horses, the last thing you want to do is put up a new sign. That's the first stupid thing they want to spook out. They spend their life trying to kill us. Let's not make it any easier. I think we need a whole lot more effort on assessing whether or not the Mariposa project makes any sense in our very special neighborhood. And we stand with the rest of the equestrians in our neighborhood who oppose it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The next caller is Colleen Stratton.
Colleen, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council members. I'm an equestrian and a horse owner. I have boarded in the Rancho neighborhood for longer than I'd care to admit. I used to board at Circle K stables. I'm deeply opposed to the construction that is proposed to build condos at that location. Construction near horses is a bad combination. The proposed condo construction site at 910 South Mariposa Street in Burbank proposes an extreme danger to the horses and riders who need to cross the swinging bridge to go out in the trails and to Martinez Arena. The construction site is a few feet away from the bridge. No matter how careful construction workers are required to be by city officials, nails and screws can migrate from construction sites to the trails, sidewalks, and streets nearby. And a street nail injuries for a horse is an emergency. On the bottom of a horse's foot is an area that has sensitive soft tissue called the frog. And when a horse steps on a nail, it creates a deep puncture wound in that soft tissue that traps bacteria and creates extreme pain and causes an infection. Injuries to the hoof caused by a horse stepping on a nail is one of the most common ways the horses die. This is an issue that's really close to my heart because my pony Tommy stepped on a screw in Martinez Arena. He was treated by Dr. David Ramey, the current president of the Los Angeles Equine Advisory Committee. It was heartbreaking because my pony was in extreme pain. And Dr. Ramey came out several times to treat my pony. And I dropped everything to drive back and forth from Beverly Hills to Burbank twice a day to soak Tommy's foot for 3 weeks. And Tommy was one of the lucky ones. He survived this injury, but recently a horse stepped on a nail at Martinez Arena and had to be euthanized. I also sent a letter with attached information about these types of injuries. So I'm really concerned about this as one of the safety issues that needs to be addressed. And what can be done to protect our horses from the construction site. Thank you so much.
The next caller is Karen Pavlicek.
Karen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, the council. I'm a fellow equestrian and a brand new homeowner here in Rancho Burbank. You know, as an educator, my school experience, both by having my therapy horse spinning and being part of the greater educational profession here, gives me deep and great worries about the Mariposa construction process. Not only for the horse safety, but that there is a public riding ring that serves students who not only have developmental disabilities, but young aspiring equestrians as a recreational spot, and to have major construction happening next to a bridge that is a singular access to a park that was dedicated in perpetuity to horse recreation. Seems like a horrible idea. Students walking to 2 major schools that are just blocks away from a very small street is a definite safety concern. But impinging on what is so important, especially after COVID, which is outdoor recreation for students and adults, that could be compromised, not only their safety by the noise, but all the other callers have spoken to the safety concerns both for horses and for riders. It is my hope that you see the value of maintaining access to the beautiful park, maintaining the commitment of Griffith Park to horse recreation, and seeing the potential danger of having massive trucks try to do a major construction site on a 1-lane road where students walk to and from school and go to lessons and recreation at the LA Equestrian Center. Thank you so much for hearing us. I moved to the Rancho because of the equestrian culture. It is one of only 2 areas in all of this, Southern California area here in Norco that have it. And for this committee to see and value this precious culture and demonstrate commitment by ensuring that that property is not a condominium or workspace, but is rather committed to the recreational aspect of horsemanship here in this precious area would mean everything to me. So thank you as a new homeowner in this area.
Thank you.
The next caller is Ann Shea.
Ann, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, the council members and mayor. Thank you so much for hearing us all and everything you do for our community. I'm Ann Shea. I'm a horse and property owner in the Glendale Rancho. I'm also from a construction family and have been on large job sites from a very young age. My husband and I are trail riders, and the Mariposa Bridge is our only way to get into Griffith Park. I feel that the construction site being right near the bridge creates an incredibly dangerous situation to the extent that it could cause loss of life for both humans and horses. This is because though most of our horses are quite desensitized to many sights and sounds, the construction zone of this size is a level of noise and ground vibration that most of them have never encountered. I'm here to ask that the city of Burbank do everything possible to make this situation safer so that we all can continue to get our horses out for exercise safely. Furthermore, there are trail riding rental companies that are needing to utilize the bridge to do trail rides. They're taking out sometimes large numbers of people and groups of children, and without being able to do that, it will severely impact their business. I estimate the numbers of people being in the hundreds per day, depending on the day. If there should be a sudden, very loud noise, and one horse gets scared, due to herd mentality, all the others could, and it could create a stampede situation. If that should happen in the narrow pass between Circle K and the river, horses and humans could go over the side and into the river below. Because the fences are too low, there is nothing to prevent such a tragedy. Last year, a woman did end up going over the fence and survived, but with the most extreme injuries. So I ask, please use every tool at your disposal to make this project as safe as it can be for the community. We need sound mitigation and to be informed when loud and ground-shaking work will be performed. Thank you so much for hearing us all.
Thank you.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Simon, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm calling tonight to speak about the potential parking ordinance because I can't come in later. I'm not really for or against it. I would just ask that you consider the idea that there are times of the day and week and weekend where this would really make sense because there's sometimes very limited parking. But there are also times when there's just nobody there. And I would just be careful about hopefully not driving business away from those businesses at those times of day. So 2023, there's got to be an app that can study when it's very full. And hopefully the prices can be anywhere from free to, adjusted by the time that it is and the demand that's going on there. Because I do feel that if you make me pay, for instance, there are times where I'll say if the price is like the same as the Americana, go over there where you get access to more things in a smaller space. So I hope that you are able to consider that. And I've heard not good things about license plate pay, people really struggling with that in court afterwards or trying to get fines removed. For my money, the ticket you throw in your window is easier. Okay, thanks very much. I look forward to hearing what the outcome is. Good night.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
All right. That being the last call, I will close public comment period. Brief response from city manager, city attorney, anything you've heard? Okay, council, brief response to public comment or any of the proclamations, certifications, anything like that? Yeah, would you like to start us off? Councilmember Perez.
Alrighty. So thank you to everybody that commented tonight, both in person and on the phone. For the folks discussing items 5 and 6, we will address your comments when we reach the agenda item. Thank you to our representative from Senator Portantino's office for sharing the health fair event. That's on November 4th, once again. And finally, I want to congratulate Home Again LA for the wonderful work they do and the well-deserved recognition. Our lovely Historical Society for their 50th anniversary celebration. Very wonderful event. And if you have not gone to the museum, please go. It is a wonderful place. My favorite item is a Bob's replica that they have from the old Bob's. And finally, to our former Mayor Talamantes, congratulations on a well-deserved recognition. You've been a mentor to me, you've been a sounding board, and you quite literally passed on the baton. I'm so grateful to you for your service to this community. You have been the mayor I grew up with, and so I'm very grateful for the well-taken care city you left us. So thank you for everything you've done, and get some rest. You very much deserve it. We're so grateful to you and your family for everything you've done for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Yes, I echo what Councilmember Press said about the two items on the agenda that we will be discussing later. I do want to congratulate as well the Historic Society. They definitely support you need to stop by and see the museum. It's amazing. It just feels like old Burbank when you walk there. So I also want to give him kudos for a great anniversary celebration that they had on the weekend, on Saturday. So great job. Keep up the good work. Congratulations to Home Again. They deserve really lots of kudos for all the work that they do for the community, and we appreciate them very much. Congratulations, former Mayor Talamantes. Do appreciate all your service. 46 years is a long time to be a public servant. It's way, way too long. I know, I understand. So thank you for everything you've done, for all your service and your continuous service right now on our Airport Commission. We do appreciate all the hard work. Appreciate the family, Sandy especially, for putting up with all the work you do. Putting up with you. Putting up with all the work you do for our community, and of course to all your children, beautiful and grandchildren. So thank you for everything you've done. And I think there's other items that we can talk about at the end of the meeting, a couple of other things that I want to ask about, some reports. But for right now, I'll leave it up to the rest of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, thank you to those who came out to speak tonight, took time out of your lives to speak on what's important to you. And thanks to those who called in, and also to those who wrote emails and connected with us otherwise outside of the meeting. It's always great to hear from folks regarding the topics. As my colleagues said, we will address some of the comments later during the items. I wanted to point out just a couple things to Rabbi Sobel. I don't think he's here still, but I wanted to really just appreciate the call for peace. That's always an important comment to make and to think about peace. And to Mr. Harton, who came in and told us about the Glendale Free Health Festival and from Portantino's office. I always appreciate when our representatives come into the meeting and share with what's going on in the community. We are all benefiting from that. I also echo the sentiments regarding HALA and the Historical Society, both very well-deserved organizations in our community. And I'm glad that they were here tonight and we could give them some special recognition. And to Jess Talamantes, congratulations on 46 years. It's almost as old as I am, really close. Thank you for, as Councilmember Mullins said, thank you for continuing to be engaged on our airport authority, and you're on a couple other committees too. So it's so important once folks are off council. I love to see that continue to be engaged. And just personally, I want to thank you because I could argue, the argument could be made that I'm sitting here because of you. You were the deciding vote for me to be on the Infrastructure Oversight Board. After like 2 hours, or I don't know, it was a long back and forth. It felt like 2 hours to me. It was probably 10 minutes. But yours the vote. And so I was on the IOB and learned a tremendous amount about how our cities run and our budgeting and all the processes behind the scenes. So I want to thank you personally for that opportunity. And it definitely prepared me for being here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to first of all begin by thanking everyone who came in person and called in. To everyone who called or spoke about an agenda item, we will get to that. I did want to just say, without talking about the item, Lori Martin, thank you for coming up. And I know how difficult that is to give public comment in front of the council. It can be a very intimidating environment. So I just really want to thank you for coming up and sharing your story, and I appreciated what you had to say, and I'll say more later, but thank you. And I hope folks will not find the podium to be intimidating, because we really don't bite. I don't bite. I don't know about these four. To Rabbi Sobel, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your words. I know you're not here, but my heart and my thoughts and my prayers are with the people of Israel and of Gaza and of Artsakh and the Ukraine, and frankly all across the world, where we see a lot of hatred and violence. And as you said, we can certainly disagree with governments, but may we pray for the day when we can all rise above war and hate, because that's certainly the world we all deserve. Mr. Lane, I'm not going to address your comments directly, because I think that's really the mayor's story to tell, but I will say I've served with this man for 3 years, and I can tell you that he has received threats and harassment and violence and intimidation directed at him. And Mr. Mayor, I admire you for standing up and fighting for what you believe in the face of that. It's not always an easy job, but I appreciate your tenacity and your commitment to your values. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Chesson, if you'd like to reach out to me via email, I'd be happy to connect you with the city clerk's office. I don't know if we have an update for you yet, but I can certainly point you in the right direction. Of course, congratulations to all of the recipients of recognition and declarations, but I really want to wrap up with Mayor Talamantes. You were my mayor in a lot of ways, and I want to share something for the first time that I don't think I've even told you yet, Jess. I have always viewed you as someone that I really aspire to be, a mentor and a friend. And the reason I do that is because, there's a lot of different personality types that sit up here on the dais. But the one thing I always saw a little bit of myself in you is that you were really someone who struggled with getting to the right answer. I could see you sort of doing the mental gymnastics, going back and forth, looking at it from every angle, and always wanting to do what's right for Burbank. And I always appreciated that I felt bonded over that. It was always never an easy decision. And sometimes we felt sort of limited in the tools that we had and what we could do. But I always knew that you had your heart in for Burbank and doing what was right. And so, Jess, thank you for your 46 years of service. I'm with the mayor here. I think you got 4 more in you. I look forward to seeing you for the 50th. And I will just wrap by saying that you have been a phenomenal centennial mayor, and mayor 3 times over. And just speaking personally, if I ever have the chance to sit in that seat, I hope to be half as good as a mayor as you have been. And thank you for your continued service on the commission. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate Rabbi Sobel coming down. I'm not Jewish, but I tend to call Rabbi Sobel my rabbi, because when I do go to temple, it's at his temple. And when I do inquire about issues pertaining to that community, he's the first phone call I make. And we've had many conversations about many different issues. And I would say that he is right. I was a bit harsh in my public statements. I think we have a tendency to make things personal. We have a tendency to bring our emotions to big subjects and try to whittle them down into how we're feeling in the moment, because we're human, right? We all do it. We have to remember the other people in the room, the other people who are hearing us, and make sure our words are careful. And so thank you, Rabbi. Going forward, I will remember that. To Mr. Lane, we can talk offline. I actually don't want to talk about what's been going on behind the scenes. It is not, I don't feel it's the place of the city to talk about what we're dealing with to get through the city business. The city business is what the people of the city are interested in, and that's what I would like to put forward. We're going to get to some of the other comments later tonight. I meant what I said earlier. Home Again Los Angeles has stepped up to the plate. When we had a huge pandemic, and we had a number of other external factors causing homelessness and people being displaced. Albert and the entire team stepped up, and they maximized their ability to get resources into the hands of people who needed it. So I am in awe every day of the work that they are doing. And also, my son absolutely loves the Burbank Historical Society. It's a very fun place. Please go out and check it out. It's right on Olive. It's a lovely little spot, and they've got an upstairs as well. Don't forget the upstairs, and try to cover the whole space. And lastly, I have a bone to pick with you, Mr. Talamantes. You said being mayor was going to be awesome. This has been a rough year, man.
I think it's been awesome.
It's been it has been awesome. I do regard you as my mayor. When I first ran for this seat, you were the mayor at the time. I watched you run the meetings. I watched you campaign. It was a sight to behold. I have seen national politics devolve into shouting matches of, vitriol and harsh language. During that campaign, that 2017 campaign, it was in the middle of a lot of very terrible things going on around the country, and your composure, your ability to lead a city and talk about the issues and connect with the people was exemplary. And then I had the privilege of being vice mayor to your mayor. I got to learn under your tutelage. I got to take over some responsibilities for you as you were taking a little bit of time off early before you retired. And it was a wonderful learning experience. And I have to say, all of the great moments I have had this past year as mayor, I learned from you. I learned from you. And I will say all of the times that I had difficulty, I think it's because I hadn't learned enough from you. So, moving forward, I'm going to remember Mayor Talamantes as the mayor I strive to be. So, thank you for coming out. 46 years. Let's get to 50. Okay. All right. Moving on. The consent calendar can be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1 is appointment of members to the Youth Board for the 2023-2024 school year. And item number 2 is adoption of a resolution approving a cooperative agreement with Play Power Incorporated doing business as Miracle Recreation for the Ralph Foy Park Toddler Replacement Playground Project.
All right.
I move to make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Moved by Mullins, seconded by Perez. Any further discussion? Can I just ask real quick, were all those students in the back waiting for this motion? No. Okay. Okay. Never mind then. Okay. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, 4 reports to council. We will proceed with in-person public comment on each of the reports, and you need to fill out a yellow comment card beforehand. You'll get 3 minutes. First up is an appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees for an unexpired term. Madam City Clerk, the report is yours. Sheet here. Damn, where'd it go? Is that one mine?
So this evening, sorry, is that on? Oh, sorry, thank you. This evening, we will be presenting item number 3, appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees for an unexpired term. On September 13th, 2023, The city clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for one vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2024, which was created by the resignation of member Rosemary Morrison. To obtain qualified candidates, a notice of unscheduled vacancy was advertised through the following methods: the city's website, the city council meeting announcements, all social media platforms overseen by the city clerk's office, a press release sent to the Los Angeles Times, the Burbank Later, and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board, and community groups and organizations. The deadline to submit applications to the city clerk's office for the Board of Library Trustees was Friday, October 13th at 5 p.m. The city clerk's office received 10 applications: John Medici, Timothy Cullen, Josh Caston, Lily Rossi, Ellen Portantino, Jennifer Sosnowski, Neil Wade, Stephanie Bennett, Steve Storozum, and Bennett Terracina. The applications are listed in the order they were received. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, let's go to public comment. I have one comment card from Lily Rossi. All right, you have 3 minutes. Hello.
Thank you all for taking the time to speak with me for the last couple of weeks. I think I've introduced myself virtually or in person or by email to all of you, so there might be some redundancies here, but I have lived in Burbank since 2005. My 2 children have come up through Roosevelt Luther Huerta and are now at John Burroughs High School, and I am currently chairing the DEI committee for the PTSA there this year. I was privileged enough to serve alongside many incredible members of our community on the Burbank Arts for All Educational Foundation for 10 years, stepping down when the current iteration was born. I love this city and its uncanny ability to maintain so many elements of a small town within the larger geography of the Los Angeles area. I call it Mayberry meets Hollywood. And after a childhood spent moving around the country, I have loved growing roots and relationships here. On the surface, the library speaks to me as a self-proclaimed book nerd who runs my own little free library next to Norm's and who has enjoyed everything from story time to speaker time to voting at our libraries. And back in my New York City days, I taught adult literacy in libraries. But I also know that libraries are so much more than a brick and mortar space. They are touch points and pulses on the community. They serve people of all ages and interests. They're physical books and virtual networks and maker spaces and gathering places where people come together for book clubs and career makeovers. They're flexible and fluid and serve so many needs on any given day that it would take a library to catalog them. And to that end, libraries are incubators and innovators, and they work to serve the community today, but with an eye to what the future holds. The libraries of my youth were on the Dewey Decimal System, and there certainly was no internet. But somewhere along the way, forward thinkers built the libraries that we have now with the Libby systems and the 3D printers. And it would be an honor to make our libraries be the best that they can be now, but also with an eye to what they can be in the coming years. I know there are some really exciting things on the horizon, and it would be an honor to be a part of them. I would love to bring innovation, equity, partnership, and diverse voices, because that's what libraries do, and that's what I'd like to do for our city. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out that John Medici, one of our applicants, is currently a member of the senior board. So if appointed this evening, he would have to resign that position.
Okay. I have one more comment card coming. Thank you. Madam Queen Sarlis, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Again, I'm grateful to be before you, and having taught school for many years and having utilized libraries across this country. I have my Library of Congress card, which I try to keep updated every 2 years, going to Washington to update it. But in this, it's difficult to get around. So whoever we elect to the library board, I'm praying that with the funds that have been donated, that the new library creates a legal component because it is very difficult to get legal information. You have to go to downtown Hill or Pasadena, which is very difficult to get to. And with all of these new changes, especially with Care Court and all of these things and all of the inhumanities that people are taking advantage of because they know that you can't get to Pasadena, or they know the route you're going to take to get to Pasadena. And, harassment and bullying is real, especially when you go against the status quo. So we need access to a wealth of legal references and reference librarians that have background in legal, because nowadays you cannot even go to the universities. They used to offer reciprocity if you had degrees. They no longer do that, and understandably, even my own university, when I went back, they gave me a hard time to go to the law library. And when I fought, I fought all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Justice Ginsburg actually touched my brief and took it to Chambers. And that's because I had access to all of the libraries, University of Chicago, Northeastern, Loyola, DePaul, everywhere, and the ones that stayed open 24 hours. We don't have that anymore. So Burbank, since we've gotten donations and we're getting a new library and we're getting people on the board, please do that, because it's so hard to fight injustices and inhumanities when you don't have access to the law. And that's what I'm dealing with right now. I was told that I need a lawyer, but how do you get a lawyer if you're living on limited resources and people are cyber-verse bullying you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's my last comment card. All right. Want to go through the roster?
I'll call the names, and if you can give me a show of hands vote, please. John Medici, Timothy Cullen, Josh Caston, Lily Rossi, Ellen Portantino, Jennifer Sosnowski, Neil Wade, Stephanie Bennett, Stephen Storozum, and Bennett Terracina. Lily Rossi is appointed.
Councilor Mullins, would you like to?
Yeah, I'd like to make this a consensus item where I give my vote to Lily as well.
Yeah, unanimous, please.
5-0.
Thank you. All right. Next is a report on an update on the exceedance of response level for, they're really going to make me say it, perfluohexane sulfonic acid in groundwater sources. Did I say that right, Mr. Richard Wilson?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Mayor?
Say it 3 times fast.
We didn't hear you.
Perfluohexane sulfonic acid. Yes? I'm getting it. All right, Mr. Richard Wilson, Assistant General Manager of Burbank Water and Power. Please correct my pronunciation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You did a good job.
Thank you.
As you said, my name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems at Burbank Water and Power. My presentation tonight will summarize some of the recent notifications from BWP to Council regarding the presence of perfluorohexane sulfonic acid, otherwise known as PFHXS, and perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, in groundwater. Now, I want to stress that the information provided tonight is about untreated groundwater, not drinking water. I want to repeat that. This is not about our drinking water. And these chemicals have not been detected in our drinking water. Regardless, we're required by law to test for them in our raw, untreated water. We sent several memos to Council in recent months, and I know they can be confusing. So I will summarize them to provide context for this presentation. Our first communication to council, which was attachment 1 in your packet, informed you that 4 out of 8 of our groundwater wells, raw water wells, exceeded the notification level for PFH excess, and that 1 well exceeded the notification level for PFOA. And I'll explain what these terms mean in a second. In that communication, we committed to provide better and timelier information to council on future sample results. Our second communication to council, attachment 2, informed you the response level was exceeded at 1 of our 4 wells for PFH excess. Our third communication to council provided third quarter sampling results from all of our wells. Informing council of quarterly sample results was also a commitment that we made to you when we first reported the exceedances mentioned in attachment 1. Our fourth communication to council provided timely notification of an exceedance as soon as it occurred. In this case, a well that had been offline for several months while its motor was replaced was restarted, and upon restart-up, the notification level for PFHX was exceeded. Again, this is all for groundwater, untreated water, not drinking water. We're required by law to inform our governing bodies, in our case that's you, council, as soon as we are aware of an exceedance. So this is all about a group of chemicals called per- and polyfluoroalkyls, also known as PFAS. They're called forever chemicals. There's over 12,000 types, and they don't break down. It takes decades and in some cases centuries for them to break down. They're in soil, and they contaminate drinking water sources, and they can accumulate in people over time. And PFH excess particularly has a higher risk for bioaccumulation. And you can see in this chart that it's everywhere. It's in the atmosphere, it's in the soil, it's in the rain, it's incinerated, it's in landfill. And they have been used in a variety of industrial and consumer products since the 1940s, including clothing, furniture, adhesives, food packaging, heat-resistant nonstick cooking surfaces, and even insulation and electrical wire. So we are required by the Health and Safety Code to provide what are called notification levels and response levels for these chemicals. And currently, there are 4 chemicals within the PFAS category that have notification and response levels. A notification level is a non-regulatory health-based advisory level for contaminants that are established as precautionary measures. Response levels are established in conjunction with notification levels and represent the concentration of a drinking water contaminant at which additional steps beyond notification are recommended to reduce public exposure. And when we have a notification level requirement, it is basically a report to council of an exceedance. And if we exceed the response level, we have to either remove the source from operation or we provide treatment for that water source. If we continue use, then we have to provide public notification if we're using it without treatment. This table provides the results over the last 3 quarters. The exceedances are shown in bold. And for reference, when we talk about the units of measurement, nanograms per liter, a nanogram per liter is equal to a drop of water from an eyedropper into an Olympic-sized swimming pool. So it's a very, very, very tiny amount. So one of the things that we were able to do was have the Division of Drinking Water approve a plan to dilute PFH excess from our wells. It reduces the concentration in the untreated well water, and it allows us greater operational flexibility, but it will require more sampling and testing. This schematic shows our treatment facility on the right. You can see the groundwater wells. What we used to do is we used to do the sample at each well for PFH excess, and we'd have to report on that particular result. Now with the blend plan, we can take a sample where the water is diluted in the main pipe that feeds the treatment plant. That water is then treated, and again, we have no detection of these chemicals after treatment. It is then pumped and blended with water that we purchase from MWD and delivered to our customers. This table shows the PFH excess in treated water, and all of our results show that these chemicals are not detected in our drinking water. There are future regulations and requirements that we need to deal with. The EPA has proposed expanded regulations for PFAS in drinking water that will require more testing. Also, our treatment plant, the Burbank Operable Unit, will need to revise its operating permit to include treatment for PFAS. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I have staff here. Javier Martinez, our Manager of Production and Operations, and Ari Gavandian, our Water Quality Analyst, are here to assist.
Thank you for the report. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. Staff, council, would you like any questions of staff? We're here available to answer anything. We got 3 folks ready to go.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go first.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
okay.
Go for it.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Could you put slide 7 actually back up on the screen, just so that folks can follow along with the questions I'm asking? Great. Okay. So let me just begin by saying that it's comforting to know that our treated water is not exceeding the notice of the response level. So that's definitely a comfort point for the community. I did want to ask though, so we have, this is the chart.
Just to clarify, our treated water, it's non-detect.
Correct. Sorry if I misstated. It's non-detect or non-detectable, right? So nothing's coming up.
Correct.
Fantastic. Okay, this is the chart I wanted to ask about. So my first question, and I don't have too many, I promise, is the middle column there. It says January to March results. We're talking about January to March of 2023?
Correct.
So I take it, I mean, and I know the answer to this, but this has been an issue in 2023. We didn't have these detection levels prior to the first quarter of 2023, right?
That is correct.
So can you tell the public what something happened in the first quarter of 2023? We see a rise in the presence of these chemicals that we're detecting. So what happened? Was it new detection methods and we were able to just catch what we were missing before? Is there some environmental element that's at play here? What's going on?
These are new requirements to test. So we had been tracking them, but prior to, let me look up the date here, we were not required to provide the results. So this is something that's been new. Nare, would you like to provide more information on that?
So yes, the requirement was stated.
Turn it on.
Hi, good evening. So the
Sorry,
requirement.
could you introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. Nara Gavandian, Water Quality Analyst with City of Burbank. So the requirement was the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, required the reporting beginning, the notification started in October of last year, beginning that 2023 water systems are required to report any exceedance of whether notification level or response level of PFH excess, this particular chemical. So that's when we were required to notify our governing body of any sort of exceedance.
Okay, thank you for the question. And do we have any data in 2022 and prior as to these detection rates? I mean, are we more or less where we have been in the last few years, or are we seeing an uptick in the presence of these chemicals?
Yes, we've been seeing those detections. However, because it was not regulated at the time, so we really did not report those. But now moving forward with starting 2023, we are required to report all of those detections.
Okay, just 2 more questions. So in the same period of time, so sometime prior to and leading up to the first quarter of 2023, although it wasn't reported to council, you've been monitoring the levels. Is it fair to say that the levels detected in the treated water have been non-detect all that time?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Last question I had on this chart actually was, so the column on the far left, these are various well numbers, 8 different wells that are identified. So as it stands right now, it looks like well 5 is offline. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Javier?
Good evening, Javier Martinez, Manager of Water Production Operations. Actually, well 5 was offline when we reported to our governing body that we had exceeded the notification level for PFH excess. That's when we developed these tables here. Since our blending plant was approved to dilute all the groundwater before it enters the BOU plant, we've actually placed the well back online because the blending plant was approved by the state about 3 weeks ago. So we just placed the well back online. We performed all the required water quality sampling that's required on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually basis, including PFHXS and everything else under the PFAS umbrella.
Okay, so as it stands right now, all 8 wells are currently online and the treated water is non-detect.
Yes, as you can see on this chart, well 7, VO7 was also offline at the time, but that well was off because there was maintenance being conducted to that well. So it so happened that they both came on within weeks of each other.
So they are all operating?
They're all online.
Great, thank you very much. No other questions.
Can I do a follow-up on that? What happens when when a well when it has too high of a detection, that's when it's turned off?
If it exceeds the notification level, we can continue to operate the well, but we have to notify our governing body of the exceedance.
Okay.
If it exceeds the response level, then we have to either treat it or treat the water, or we have to take it offline.
How fast can you take it offline, and how fast does it get treated?
Once we receive the results, we take confirmation samples, and then we take the well offline. It could be within hours from when we receive the results.
Oh, okay. And then how long would it take to treat a well that has been exceeded?
The wells have been treated ever since PFAS was detected in the area. BWP has been sampling for PFAS in 2019 voluntarily, so they were practicing their due diligence ever since PFAS was discovered in the area. Recently, in October 2022, the order from EPA came where we were going to be required, all utilities were going to be required to conduct PFAS monitoring on a quarterly basis. And that's why you see in this chart here that January through March, that was a one-time monitoring cycle that occurred in that quarter.
Okay.
The well itself isn't treated. The raw water from the well is treated in the BOU.
Okay.
In the treatment plant.
How long does that take typically to get the water in that well back down to a decent level?
So what we're doing now is that we're using the blending plant to dilute a combination of wells that we place online. Then the water enters the BOU plant. When it gets processed through the BOU plant, it goes through these LPGAC vessels that removes PFAS concentrations. So that's why we end up with a non-detect on the effluent. So each one of those vessels processes about 750 gallons per minute. So depending on the number of wells that we have actually online, determines how much flow is going through those vessels and how fast it's actually getting processed to non-detect.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm Dawn Roth-Lindell. I'm Burbank Water and Power's General Manager. What I might do is take us to a larger picture. We sit on a Superfund site. We have been treating the water from multiple wells that are on the same plume of water on the Superfund site. We've been testing these wells for many chemicals, most of which we had to report, for years. We now have a new reporting requirement that just started in January. We now are reporting, testing and tracking and reporting on PFAS. It's always been there, or at least as long as plastics have been used, not always, but at least as long as plastics have been used for, in the industrial processes done in Burbank. So now we're tracking it and reporting it. The same process, the same treatment process that corrects the Superfund site also corrects for PFAS. So this new regulation required us to pull a well offline if that particular well showed an exceedance. But that defeats the purpose of treating the water to correct the Superfund site. And it's the same plume of water. So could be well 5 today, could be well 6. And just as the water moves. So what the team has done is worked with the state to get their approval to do a blending plan with all of the wells and then treat that blended water as we have been so that the drinking water is water and not water with a bunch of chemicals from the Superfund site. So the great news for us is that the treatment plan that we're already doing corrects this issue. And so I hope that helps. That it sometimes helps to step back to take a look at a specific thing.
Yeah, the questions I was directing is exactly that. I wanted the public to know that we're proactive on this. We're able to take things offline and do the actions necessary to bring them back because we're good at this stuff. We've been doing it for a very long time. The water in Burbank, some of the best water I've ever tasted. We are well below detection levels on a whole host of things that many other municipal water companies treat for. And we do very well. We do very well comparatively. So yeah, those are my questions. We're able to tackle this proactively. This is an additional reporting method, but like you said, it's been there the whole time, and we've been tackling this for many years. So thank you. Thank you for the report. This is a note and file. Okay, great. Thank you all for coming down. Appreciate it. And for anyone asking at home, yes, I drink straight from the tap. Yep. Okay, third report for this evening is the consideration of a parking management plan for downtown Burbank. Wait, okay, I have Ms. Karen Pan from Transportation Services Manager and Mr. Nick Brandt, Administrative Analyst of the Community Development Department. Okay, hello, please present the report.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the City Council. My name is Nick Brandt, and I'm joined by my colleague Karen Pan from the Community Development Department. Tonight, we're here to discuss the consideration of a parking management plan in downtown Burbank. In 2019, the City Council adopted a set of 6 parking management principles to guide the development and implementation of parking regulations in Burbank. They are to protect single-family parking, increase parking availability, leverage underused private parking, regulate street parking and public parking lots with pricing, reinvest parking revenue, and to tailor implementation to neighborhoods. We are here because the current City Council plan is to implement paid parking at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. The City Council and City Manager have asked staff to pivot due to lack of demand at the Metrolink station, which typically sits at 20% full on a good day. Staff looked around at the most impacted areas in the city and landed on downtown San Fernando Boulevard. It has low parking availability, little turnover, and the area lends itself to a condensed operation. There are 6,000 parking spaces in downtown Burbank, with about 3,400 off-street spaces and about 2,300 on-street spaces. The city has 2 management tools in its toolbox: time limits and off-street parking permits. The day use permit is $6 and the monthly permit is $52. These limited regulations fall short of the city's parking management principles. In downtown Burbank, there is low availability of on-street parking, limited regulations, insufficient revenue to reinvest, and only a minor tailoring of rules to fit what downtown Burbank requires. This is a concern since those parking spaces are intended for those that are shopping or eating at one of the businesses along downtown San Fernando Boulevard, but they are often occupied by longer-term visitors or employees. The goals of the city's parking management plan are to help customers reliably find parking within walking distance of their destinations, to increase access to businesses by ensuring turnover of parked cars, and to reduce emissions and lessen traffic congestion from drivers circling in search of parking. Staff's recommended approach is to manage parking to target an 80% occupancy of parking spaces. This means that a couple of spaces are always available on each block face. The way to do this is to charge for parking. Critically, the idea is to charge just enough to meet the 80% occupancy goal. We had 4 considerations while putting together this plan: the proposed location, a parking operator and management, infrastructure, and enforcement. Our parking management plan for downtown Burbank is as follows. The proposed limits of our on-street paid parking area is San Fernando Boulevard between Olive Avenue and Magnolia Avenue, and the side streets between 1st Street and 3rd Street. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Karen Pan, for the rest of the presentation.
The second consideration is to have a paid parking operator, and the city currently has 2 staff members within Community Development Department to manage the entirety of the city's current parking program, which includes managing the parking maintenance and the financial agreements, the citywide residential parking permit, and selling monthly daily permits for our lots and structures, including large non-commercial vehicle permits, film crew permits, valet parking, curb and signage requests. And a paid parking operator is needed in this plan to collect funds from the multi-space kiosk and an online system, which we'll go over through this presentation, to maintain the infrastructure of the kiosk and signage, to coordinate with parking enforcement, handle customer service, and to aid in outreach. As you can imagine, a paid parking implementation where there hasn't been paid parking for decades is a big lift, and it'll be incredibly helpful to have the support of an organization that has experience launching paid parking. The third consideration is the infrastructure that's required, which will involve 2 online components and 1 physical component. We expect that with this implementation that there's a high reliance on mobile pay for paid parking. And mobile pay apps are the most convenient way for customers to pay and have the lowest infrastructure costs, which is just adding new signage within downtown. We also recommend physical ways to pay to complement the online payment system, and this would be a multi-space parking kiosk that accepts coins and credit cards, as you see on the screen to the right. And lastly, we would have an online platform that ties data from both the mobile pay and the kiosks together. And this combined data will allow enforcement officers to be able to do their jobs, and also the online platform is essential to evaluating whether the city is meeting its 80% occupancy goal. The fourth consideration is a paid parking implementation for the enforcement beyond that what exists in our current parking enforcement contract that we provide. As an example, failure to pay for the posted parking rates would be added to local codes as a type of violation, and staff will look into the enforcement needs for this plan. As part of the parking management plan, establishing the fees will be essential. Our proposed fee structure is to change the fee just high enough to achieve the city's 80% occupancy target, and staff will evaluate the occupancy and adjust the rates per year until the target is met. In terms of fiscal impact, we expect a one-time infrastructure cost of up to $325,000 and an annual cost of approximately $500,000, and we expect $500,000 in parking fee revenue annually, plus an unknown amount of enforcement and citation revenue to be collected. And any net revenue will be invested into downtown parking infrastructures. Should council accept staff's recommendation, our next steps would include development and outreach over the next couple of months and return to council to present the implementation plan for approval and adoption by City Council in spring of next year. And we're targeting summer of next year for implementation. Implementation will involve outreach, completing the San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration project, developing an on-street parking ordinance, a fee resolution, scope of services, and procuring an operator. And as part of this effort, outreach would include organization and stakeholders such as the Downtown PBID, which is the Business Improvement District, Chamber of Commerce, Transportation Commission, Planning Commission, and Infrastructure Oversight Board. The San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration project is top of mind for us staff. It's complementary with this parking management plan, and the San Fernando reconfiguration will be implemented in January of next year. The reconfiguration adds the loading zones and flex spaces and will lead to a more efficient operations of the street as it provides space for all types of parking, all types of people looking for parking. Our recommendation is to develop a proposed parking management plan for downtown Burbank, including a proposed ordinance, resolution, budget, and associated agreements for the implementation. And that includes our presentation. And we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. I have one public comment card from David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I am a business owner and homeowner in the great city of Burbank. Ever since I heard Councilmember Perez talk about paid parking is coming, I've been following it closely, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think that the current presentation by staff, I think, is appropriate. I think that having some level of paid parking along those corridors is important. When I first read the staff report, I was concerned, like, oh my gosh, all those big structures are going to be taken away from us. And what happens if I come to council and the city hall parking lot is going to have something there too? Because, oh my gosh, we're usually here longer than 3 hours. But it's not. This first initial take is just for those areas along the street, so I do support it. I think that the engaging with the outreach, the Chamber of Commerce, because I think that Jamie and staff are fantastic, so I think they do a really good job on that. Enforcement, too. I want to applaud the city for having the contractors out for doing enforcement. I live on a street where you have the street sweepers, and if you don't move, you're going to get ticketed. Well, that wasn't the way for many years because of COVID, but just last week, someone got a ticket for not moving. So I applaud them for being able to have the enforcement, and I would encourage, if there isn't an assessment that there needs to be further vehicles and people added to the enforcement, I would definitely support that. With the last couple minutes, I did forget to ask, and I did not hear the Burbank Water and Power General Manager Don Rothlandell mention the October 26th, which is the final public outreach for Burbank Water and Power's IRP, Integrated Resources Plan. Ms. Mandeep Samra and Mr. Anthony D'Aquila will be holding it. These people know what they're doing exceptionally well. And if you want to understand why your rates are going to be going up with the Burbank Water and Power, this Thursday at their facility, you can see that. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you. I have Madam Queen Zerlis again. 3 minutes.
Good evening again. I have a couple of questions that at some point someone can answer. And I'm seeing where you're talking about a target rate based on occupancy, a goal of 80%. And what is the occupancy target And then how was that target determined to be the turnover? And then I have some other issues about parking and enforcement in downtown Burbank. The good thing about the situation that I'm dealing with, and I always have to find the joy and the good in what I'm going through, is that I've become very acquainted with the Burbank bus, the senior bus, and for those dealing with disabling conditions. And what I want to say is that there is always someone parking in the Burbank bus zone, and there's never any enforcement. And there needs to be more signs, especially by, certain areas like parks and things like that, because if they're having sports events for children, they don't think about the bus being able to park without blocking the parking lot. And if a couple of people got cited, then they would know, look, you can't park in the yellow zone, or if there's a sign. And this also happened by the Trader Joe's and Walgreens. I actually had to, well, the good thing is I learned how to do a 3-point turn in this chair with my left hand because I'm right-handed, but can't control it because of whatever this is. And so that's the good thing. It was parked, but there was a bench there, a concrete slab, and it made it difficult, but this wonderful Trader Joe's, Dylan was his name. I can't forget he was so awesome. And he said he could teach me how to get in a tight space. And so he taught me. And there's nothing that a teacher loves more than teaching than learning. I wanted to practice that. But someone was parked. There is a Burbank sign there, but someone was parked there. It was an Amazon truck. They can't park there. The bus has to park there because we need to get on that bus. And then also, one other thing, I looked at the redesign of downtown San Fernando Drive. And so what I'm wondering is, with all of these changes, are you going to have enough when I'm blessed to get my vehicle back, because I'm praying, like Rabbi said, attack, Yahweh Almighty, bless me. Thank you so much. Put some parking spaces there for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me get my car back. Thank you.
That's my last comment card. Staff, any response to public comment?
So to answer the resident's question, the 80% target it's without getting too deep into the academics of it, it's academically derived. There's a famous economist who works out of UCLA who basically wrote the book on parking, and he came up with the 80% target. And you want the 80% target because it represents an area or an amount that it is full enough that that is full, but not so full that no one can find spaces. That's why we, in the presentation and in the staff report, we have one space available per block face. So there will be parking available, but not so much or not so little that you can't find parking when you want it.
Karen Pan, Transit Manager. I just want to add to that how we came up with that 80% occupancy rate. There's the academic part of it, but also as part of our research looking at neighboring cities, it is part of best practices to use occupancy as a target goal of how we manage parking. For instance, Pasadena has their strategic plan, and they're also using the similar occupancy rate. And so that's why we're recommending it, that if we do move forward, we use that measure tool to help us with our parking management plan.
Okay. Yes, questions?
Got a few. Alrighty, so for starters, I gained a couple more questions while listening to some of our callers and our speakers. One of the callers asked why staff is proposing using the license plate method, and they shared some concerns regarding the difficulty level of using license plates and what happens when there become potential complaints or potential, even court issues where, say, you put in the wrong letter and now you got a ticket. Have you all discussed this with potentially the vendor or seen what our neighboring cities are doing? I know Glendale uses this for some of their parking spots, so.
You're definitely right. As part of this, we did look at different ways of how customers pay for parking, and we have it listed in our staff report. And different types of payments require different types of infrastructure, so we consider the cost of it, the management of it. For example, if people were paying with a physical ticket, we'll run into very similar issues of people losing the ticket, them needing additional customer service of how to deal with the ticket, or maybe the infrastructure doesn't give you the physical ticket and there's glitches to the system. And so we have run into those issues, and as part of our research, we do look at neighboring cities, and knowing that there's mobile pay and pay by kiosk to integrate that data, we're seeing that license plate recognition or just managing it by license plate is the best practices today.
So you would say the other methods have similar issues to them as well, and we found ways to address those if the time comes for folks.
Correct.
Awesome, thank you. And then my other question is, and I know some folks have alluded to this, has the Chamber of Commerce shared any thoughts? Have we had discussions with them? I know it's still early, but have we talked to them?
We haven't had any conversations with them yet, but we are very much looking forward to presenting more detailed plans and hearing any and all of their concerns and ideas and suggestions.
Great. And if this makes it to a second step, I'd love to hear what they have to say in their input, because this will 100% affect, I think there's pros and cons for the businesses that are in the area. All right. Now my other and burning questions are, do we know how much Glendale and Pasadena charge per hour?
I do, give me 1 second, I'm just pulling in my data. So for City of Glendale, there's different rates for where you're parking. For on-street, it goes up to $2 per hour. And for City of Pasadena, the current on-street hourly rate, it goes up to $1.50 per hour. And right now they're making changes to propose $3 an hour for their on-street. And the other rates with other cities, we also have that as well, and we could share that like a more formal survey. Huntington Beach is $1.50, Long Beach is up to $2 per hour, City of LA goes up to $4 an hour.
Wow. Alrighty. And then in that same vein, do we know how much, and I'm going to keep using Glendale and Pasadena because they're our closest neighbors. If folks don't know, we are basically the only city in the area that does not have some form of paid parking. And so on that route, do we know how much revenue they have made in the past year from their downtown parking structure? And I'm asking specifically downtown.
Point of clarification, do you mean their parking structures or their on-street
I
parking?
mean their structures and the paid parking plan that they have, how much they've made from paid parking in general, not the physical structure.
Okay. Yes.
Both Glendale and Pasadena, they structure their parking management plan very different from ours. They have different components. They have different capital improvement projects and ways to bring in revenue. At this moment, for Glendale, I only have the revenue that they project for this new fiscal year, but it's an overall revenue citywide. And as well, so right now for Glendale, it brings in $6.5 million just for parking permits, and then for enforcement, it's $3 million annually. But then again, their structure is very different. For example, in Glendale, they have parking kiosks, but they just implemented mobile pay 3 months ago, and so they have different costs that they're looking at, and yeah, every city is at different phases and structures it differently. But we can definitely provide a more concrete survey with Glendale and Pasadena with their revenue and costs.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I know it's not concrete and it sounds very, not much to be said here, but they did project for a quarter after COVID in their downtown area alone, making about over $800,000 just on that. So I thought it was interesting in the sense of what we use it for, which leads to my last question. The report says that we will use the revenue to, I quote, maintain city parking lots and structures. What do we currently use? What funds do we currently use to maintain our structures? And are we in need of maintenance? What does that look like for the benefit of the public?
So the city currently has a parking authority fund, and our current budget for this year is approximately $800,000, and that includes managing the leases of our structures and lots, as well as any maintenance that are involved in those agreements. And I would say roughly for maintenance, it's about $600,000 annually. But you're right, there is still a need for maintenance or things that we can improve on for the structures that we own.
David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, and just to underscore that, the figures, these annual figures that Karen's quoting, it's kind of like the basic annual maintenance, the really basic cleaning, power washing, that sort of just daily and weekly annual activities. We've got a lot of underfunded infrastructure needs with those garages. We're actually looking at a one-time project to just bring up to speed the Orange Grove parking structure, which is the one by the AMC theaters and islands. There's some just kind of more beyond just the monthly maintenance needs that are building up that we are funding with one-time funds from the parking authority, but that parking authority doesn't have a good source of revenue to backfill for some of those larger things. So while we can kind of cover our regular maintenance, we are running into capital needs that we're going to have a hard time meeting without either a new revenue source or dipping into other traditional infrastructure funds like General Fund, Measure P, some of that infrastructure. So we're kind of just barely covering the daily, but you can see the condition of some of the garages too. Some of them are older. Those longer forecasted improvements, we're going to need to be creative to be able to fund those.
And then my last question would be, and this is more subjective, I think, how frequently do you think we receive emails or asks from our residents about those garages or any of our other structures?
Are you talking in terms of like complaints about their quality?
Their quality, safety, cleanliness.
I think definitely cleanliness we get comments on. We definitely get issues with the elevators, and we have issues with, especially the collection Orange Grove structure. And then just in terms of point of pride, just as a user of those garages, some of them are a little dark, they're a little dingy, they're not the most pleasant. It's probably not the best gateway to our downtown. I think if we had more money, we'd love to recommend some improvements to bring those up to Burbank standards. So I would say, yes, it is something we receive comment on. And I know also behind the scenes, it's a challenge with kind of the threadbare situation we have with some of them and just responding. We do the best we can, but we do have incidents where we're trying to respond to cleanups or other issues. So I would say it's definitely something that's on my mind that we could definitely do a better job in managing those with some resources.
Great. Thank you all for that. Thank you for the report. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions, but I do have a lot of comments and things that I want to be able to have you walk away with today, at least to know from my side what I'm looking for in implementing this program. For loading and unloading zones, can you talk a little bit about the carve-out places in regards to the downtown area and what we're looking at for loading, unloading? The other issue is for Uber Eats, DoorDash, are they going to be paying for parking? Or are we going to be able to have an exemption where we give them like 15-minute or 10 minutes for free?
Yes. So to answer your first question, we are looking at loading and the challenges of loading on San Fernando with the reconfiguration project. So one of the goals of the reconfiguration is to add more, we're calling it flex spaces, where it's commercial loading on San Fernando for part of the day, and then it reverts to like a short-term 10-minute parking zone for the Uber Eats and the delivery services to be able to use, or for passenger drop-off. And then we're also looking at away from San Fernando on the side streets. We've got like a kind of collection of yellow curb, green curb, 90-minute parking. We're looking at maybe reconfiguring that at the same time to add a little more 10-minute zone and loading zone. And again, we're trying to look at a situation where it's loading, you know, in the morning to like maybe noon. That's when all the deliveries, a lot of the deliveries are coming. That's what our data showed. And then it would revert at kind of the middle of the day to a 10-minute parking zone where the food delivery could use passenger drop-off or other very short-term parking. We would be intending to charge for that 10-minute parking, but that is an open question that we could look at. We could potentially look at having just the very short-term parking not be charged, but you'll be hard-pressed to then enforce it because you're not having that cost to cause a turnover. So we could go either way. We're probably recommending to charge it just like the other spaces, but that's an option. The other thing we're toying with, or we've at least talked about internally with our police department, is maybe designating an area for the drop-off for the food delivery folks, because there are places where the drivers will congregate because they're waiting for their pickups, and it's causing problems with the other parking right in the core. So maybe we designate a small part of a lot as like a designated waiting area, and then maybe we could regulate it a little differently to maybe encourage a centralized area, maybe the first floor of the city hall, maybe for part of the day. So just an idea that we're toying with, that we're looking at. We think maybe once the reconfiguration starts and we see how things react, we may want to then look at something like that. But those could then, how we charge or don't charge could be part of the plan, and that's there's two ways you can do it.
Thank you. And I'm sure you would need maybe some directions from council, hopefully to see what we would like to see happens as far as the charge goes for the businesses for pickup, impacting the drivers, impacting the business for the additional charge. So I'm sure at the end we're all going to weigh in on this comment here. The other thing I wanted to know, some machines, when you go put your money, they don't automatically reset to start from zero once the vehicle is gone, and so you pay. And some machines, and I've done it myself, I get excited. I'm like, oh yeah, it has 30 minutes, so I just add more. Are we looking in those type of machines, the meters or the monitor machines, to just not reset and just continue whatever is left in there if somebody takes off and somebody else pulls in?
We can look into that. I think you can program them in different ways. Technically, once you arrive at a space, you're supposed to pay, and technically you're not supposed to use the other time. But I do, as you said, there's different machines that operate differently. So we can definitely look. I think our goal would be to implement a technology that's flexible to make sure that as we're figuring out how this works, we can program the charges easily, we can program the hours easily, we can program how they work. And then the other thing too is related to this is we really think we want to try and rely as much as we can on the phone and less on the machines, because we really want this to be very convenient. And we're really lucky that we have no legacy stuff to deal with like old parking meters and stuff. It's step zero. So we can really go from zero to the best kind of technologically efficient and most convenient. So that is our goal or our recommendation with the infrastructure.
My last question, are we putting kind of a trial time limit to this? Are we going to try it for a year and then come back and say, okay, we need to expand it to other areas, or this is going to go indefinite and then we'll just explore other areas as it happens?
So, of course, the council is going to make that final decision. It is our thought that this will go in and will be successful, and the question we'll be asking is how can we bring that good management to the other spaces? So the thought has always been streets, then structures. So we want to start with the streets, particularly where we're recommending, because it's the highest impacted. The studies that we've done pre-COVID, but I think it's back to the same thing, is you're from like 9, 10 a.m., you're 100% occupied all day, and you're not getting the turnover very often, and so it's not working. And so those spaces effectively are not really used because it's the luck of the draw that you get there first and you just kind of monopolize it. So we think the parking management using pricing for this downtown is really going to get those spaces turning over where people can actually use them. And I think we're going to see, I hope, that that's a good amenity to the community, that the parking works and I can go downtown and just park. And yeah, I have to pay, but I don't have to circle the block, it's right there. Then we can potentially, if it's working, move out further to the structures. And the structures are a little bit different situation. There's lots of spaces, it is jammed up, but then some of the structures are really not really used. And so that's when we have the benefit of lots of parking in downtown. We can start looking at, okay, maybe the high demand structures are priced and maybe the lower demand structures are priced less, or maybe they're even free, because we're really recommending that 80% target. That really is the North Star for you setting the price. Is the price getting the operation that you want? And so you just up and down and you get to just the level you need, not too high, not too low.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight the reason most of these parking spaces are taken early, especially in the morning. A lot of it has to do with the employees actually of the businesses. That has been what the issue that we have seen over the years.
We think so, and we know anecdotally. I think there's an anecdote sitting up here, in fact. And also, we've done some turnover studies where we actually measured, you check the license plates, you go back an hour later, you see who's moved, and some of those spaces, which you would expect would be really turning over, you've had people parking there for like 4, 5, 6 hours. This was, again, 2019, but I think things are back, at least in downtown, to what they were back then. And so you're seeing these cars sitting there for hours, and yes, we're enforcing now, so there is some turnover, but you'd have to enforce so much to get the kind of turnover that we want. And then, if we're doing really good enforcement, you're having less citations, and so you're not getting revenue. So the enforcement is actually making it more expensive to get the operation you want. With the pricing, it's kind of self-reinforcing. We're using the price to get the turnover that we want.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and for the information. I have a few questions that are kind of piggybacking and a couple more. So piggybacking on the turnover, can you speak a little bit to kind of maybe if you have it, if you could speak in like real terms for the businesses who are on that street of how many individual unique cars are in front of their business per day in the current model versus how many unique cars will be in front of their businesses with this model?
So we could definitely bring very specifics back on that from either the comprehensive study we did in 2019 of all of downtown, or potentially a study we may be doing for this and other purposes, because parking is a big deal in downtown Burbank. We have the TOD plan going on right now. We have this parking management plan, civic center potentially. So we may be updating that study. So we could give you very specific details to the businesses on that based on that survey information. But I would say that definitely most of the cars are according to the 2019 data, most of them were turning over within 2 hours, but not necessarily every 10 minutes. And many of them were, as I mentioned, 2, 3, 4 hours. So cars are just sitting there. I would say that what we're trying to get at from the business standpoint is when your customer's driving down the street to get a bagel, they will find a parking spot, which we all know is not happening right now. And in fact, your mental map of San Fernando and downtown Burbank is don't bother going to San Fernando because it's always full. So the businesses will see there's a space in front of your store or two all the time. And so it's available. So you're having better access to your business is how we would couch it.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. I think sometimes seeing parking spots that are full might be and correct me if I'm wrong, might be a little bit of a, it's not clear. It seems like there's a lot of people at your business because there's a lot of cars all day. But if it's the same cars all day that don't switch,
Right.
it is actually not. And empty spaces may actually be an indication that you're getting more people parking in front of your business, which is kind of counterintuitive, I think, to us. I think it's good to explain that difference to show that empty spaces are actually good for your business.
And at the same time, too many empty spaces means we're charging too much. And so what
Mhm.
we would recommend under your plan is that administratively we'd say, oh, there's too many spaces, so let's dial down the price because
Right.
it's too much.
Right. And so just to follow up with that, that means if we have a program like potentially the mobile app with license plates, that adjustment can be done pretty quickly, right?
Yes.
Okay. So speaking of the mobile app with license plates, is one of the functions, at least my experience in other cities, is when you have the mobile app, whether you put your license plate in on your phone or you do it on the kiosk and it's connected to your phone, that while you're out eating dinner or whatever, it says, oh, by the way, you have 5 minutes left, and then you can just add money right there on it if you still have time left on there. Is that the kind of what the program we're looking into?
Yes, that's definitely a consideration that we are thinking about, and it's something that we want to have.
Great, because I think that will reduce the enforcement necessity too, because then it'd be less likely that somebody might get ticketed or might have to deal with that because they can do it right on the fly. But to that point, there may also be folks who that may not be feasible to use their phone apps and they still want to use something like a kiosk itself. So at the kiosk itself, are we looking at like one kiosk per block, or are we looking at like, is it accessible to everybody, even if they don't have a phone?
Yes, the kiosks will be able to, or what we're planning is that the kiosks will be able to accept coins as well as credit cards. We want everyone to be able to pay no matter their station.
Okay. Is there any chance that those kiosks could take Apple Pay or put your phone up against them too? Yeah.
Yes.
Great, awesome. And then since we have the Streets Plus out there walking around, is it possible that they could also help folks maybe with the kiosks at first when they're first installed, or,
When the implementation happens, we know that a huge portion is education. And there will be a huge component where we do have staff, whoever it is, helping customers out with paid parking.
Great, thank you.
If I may, one of the reasons we want to go with a parking operator is that they have experience launching these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
And they have staff who are experienced in doing that education and will be more familiar with the technology than we will be as well.
Great, thank you. Do we still have valet parking out there right now, or is it's done? That pilot's done? Okay, never mind, that question's mute then. I had never used it, so I wasn't sure if it was still out there or not. Okay. And apologies if you've already covered this, but I want to ask it again. What about disabled spots? And are we going to have designated disabled spots, or all the spots be paid parking and then just disabled placards means that they're exempt from the parking fees?
So we are not planning on reducing or changing the disabled spots with the San Fernando reconfiguration or with this. With the reconfiguration, we'll be flipping a couple of them because the one-way will be in place.
Okay.
I believe that the vehicle code allows disabled placards to be exempt from meters. So
Okay.
a person with a disabled placard can park in a disabled space and can also park in a regular space with their placard and not pay.
Okay, great. Let's see. Oh, my last question is, we had Councilmember Perez asked about the Chamber of Commerce, and you had mentioned in the staff report that you had reached out to the PBID and the Transportation Commission already just to kind of familiarize them with this topic. What was their feedback in general when they were presented with this material?
For the PBID, they had just general questions about the logistics, like what are the time restrictions, how much are we paying per hour, and those are all to be determined, but there wasn't any additional or general feedback, whether they were for it or against it. It was just more about the logistics. And then for Transportation Commission,
it's more just of an announcement that we would be bringing this to you today.
Okay, great. Because I would be very interested to hear their feedback.
Yes, and we kind of couched it to both of those groups that we're coming to you first to get kind of a first kind of a measurement. Are you even interested in this? Because we know this would be a departure from what we've done in the past, and so we told them that we wanted to have this conversation with you, and if you decided to at least investigate it, that we'd be proposing outreach, which we've outlined, which would include these groups. So we had limited outreach because we wanted to come to you first, but we definitely did tell both groups that they would be part of the process, as well as the chamber, as well as the other groups we mentioned, assuming the council wants to move forward, at least with a fuller investigation.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Could you throw slide 10 back up on the screen? There we are. Okay, so I just want to be clear. So the proposed downtown Burbank parking management plan would not include, we would not be charging for those who want to park, for example, in the lot right outside of this building in City Hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that makes me more comfortable. I'll get to that later. And then also, I had the same question as Councilmember at Takahashi here. My understanding is, yes, the vehicle code says that if you have a handicap placard, you can park either in a designated spot or in any of those pay spots without being charged. So we might want to consider some signage to that effect so that we are not inadvertently charging those who really do need closer access to the establishments. The last question that I had, you can take the slide down, it's not a slide question. I fully understand the need for a parking operator, and to Councilmember Mullen's point, I'm very curious to know what would be the duration of this pilot program. I want to know what your plan will be moving forward for communicating with the Burbank City Employees Association. We've always taken great pride as a city in having longevity in our employees who perform these operations. I know that in recent years we've seen some shortages with our parking enforcement officers, and I support Chief Albanese's pilot program, this partnership to make sure that our residents aren't suffering from a reduction in service. But I am a little wary of just outsourcing work to vendors that frankly could be gone next year and have no commitment or long-term memory for the city. So as we move past the pilot phase, what is going to be your plan for interacting with the union membership that represents so many of Burbank's employees?
So we can definitely flesh that out more thoroughly if you like us to move forward, at least with fleshing out this plan more thoroughly. I will also say that regardless of what the long-term method of performing these operations in these services, definitely in the short term, because we don't have the experience with this, we're rolling out a new thing. We have 2 people right now, and we don't know if the community is going to like this. We would definitely propose in the initial stages to do using an operator or a vendor so that we know that we want to proceed with this in the long term. So we would probably be looking at a pilot or an initial operation that would be a couple of years with some additional option years. I don't think I would support a single year just because there is some upfront capital that we would have to purchase for this, and I think we'd want to also give this a chance to work that I think would be longer than a year. So I would just thinking about it now would probably be a 2 or 3 year contract with some option years at the discretion of either the staff or the council would be maybe how we approached it.
Okay. And I suppose this is more of a question to the city attorney. Let's say we had a 3-year pilot. We could certainly direct staff to have a report back after the first year, because who does the enforcement and whether that's a vendor or city employees is a related but seems like a separate issue than the parking management program.
Yeah, there's that, and you'll also want to judge revenue expectations, the long-term commitment to full-time employees plus benefits, and also the ability to recruit those positions. In fact, this last 3 years, we've seen a huge change in our ability to attract people to some of our positions. So I think you'll want to do kind of a 360 assessment to look at the revenue, whether what we projected was realized, and what it can support in terms of full-time. And then also to Mr. Kriski's point, what the demands of enforcement are versus other areas in the city that don't, like The paid parking is kind of easier to enforce because you're collecting data on it and you've got a way to measure whether, cars have paid or not. But we still have this daily street sweeping routine and trash routine that requires people to go out there that we wouldn't have this pilot program to assist with that. So probably a lot of different factors you'll want to consider.
All right, thank you. One more question. Mr. Brandt, you mentioned the kiosks maybe having the capability for credit card, coins, Apple Pay. You're still going to take dollar bills too, right? Not everyone has a smartphone. Not everyone has internet access. Just trying to think about equity.
We have looked into accepting dollar bills, and that actually raises more problems than you might think. Collecting, there's often a lot of trouble with, like if you've ever used a vending machine and it's eaten your dollar, the machinery in that is very delicate and is prone to breaking down a lot more easily than, say, coins or credit cards. And it places an additional strain on whoever's collecting those coins. Ideally, we want people to be using as much mobile pay as possible, and we have coins as the alternative.
Okay, so then I would say I would be curious to learn more in the next step. I totally get it, and about 92% of America does have a smartphone with Wi-Fi. 8% do not, and some may have $1 and not 4 quarters. And then, of course, that also begs the public safety concern. You could have smash and grab. So how you collect that money every night, make sure it's not just sitting there to be taken. These are the questions I would want answered in the next phase of the report. Thank you.
I've been talking to you guys about this for over 6 years, so I only have one question. The pricing. If we move forward and authorize you to maintain an 80% occupancy rate, are we within our power to give you the administrative authority to change prices as needed without having to come back to us and say, all right, we're going up 25 cents, or we're going down 50 cents?
Yes, we would propose an ordinance and a fee resolution that would give us the ability to adjust the price to meet the demand a certain number of times per year, which is something the council could set parameters on. You could also set the range and have a very high and a very low, upper and lower, just so we don't, maybe you want to come back and hear if the demand is so high that I need $10 an hour to keep the 80%. You may want to weigh in on that fact. So we would definitely believe an important part of this is to let the 80% guide where we set the price. But it is up to the council to figure out if they want to put any limits on that, but we can definitely propose something that at least administratively would let us set that at least a few times per year until we get to that sweet spot.
Once the sweet spot is achieved in that administrative pricing, would you also consider summer pricing or holiday pricing? Is that a consideration that is made by any of the other cities in any of their other downtown areas?
Well, I know anecdotally a lot of times Sunday's free, but Sunday is sometimes the most hectic part of parking because people are out shopping and doing everything. So and holidays too. Holidays may be free, but everyone's going out on the holiday to enjoy the downtown and to enjoy the retail. So I would probably recommend not, again, use the 80th percentile as the North Star and have that be where the price is, because we want the ultimate goal, we believe, is that the parking is available and that will increase business patronage and increase convenience to the user because it's there.
Okay, great. Those are the last of my questions. Any other questions?
One more, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
You actually made me think of it. It was derived from a comment from Mr. Hamill who called in. So is staff anticipating that this will be 24/7 paid parking enforcement, or are you going to let someone off the hook if it's 10 o'clock and they want to go to Shake Shack?
We probably wouldn't have it 24 hours. We have.
That seemed oddly specific, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'm not saying where I like to eat. I'm just saying that it is a good question, though, because, are we going to enforce it at 2 a.m.? Now, who'd be downtown at 2 a.m., I don't know.
City council would.
That's right.
Very true.
You were mentioning our parking lot earlier. I feel like these are questions coming from you.
I spend a lot of time here. So what's your thought on that?
I think at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., we probably have more than 1 or 2 spots available, and so we probably don't need price to make that happen. So as soon as it drops to where we have spaces there, and the price becomes 0 for that, then it's 0. So
Okay.
I don't think it would be much beyond what our current time limits are, 9 to 9, and maybe 8 to 10 or 8 to midnight, but I don't think beyond that.
Mr. Vice Mayor, as a point of comparison, Glendale's on-street parking hours are 8 a.m. to midnight. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that that could be the case here, but that's something that we will investigate.
Great. Look forward to learning more. Thank you.
I'm in bed by 10. Yeah, most of us.
Not if you're here on a Tuesday night.
I don't know. I've seen them, and I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I've seen him too, but I'm not saying anything.
10 o'clock, like I said, 10 o'clock rolls around.
I just want to make a couple of comments and add before I think we take the vote. In regards to what I really would like to see, of course, number one, on your slide 18, your outreach, I applaud you because that's exactly what I look for in doing any type of projects or changes for our community and business or just community in general. So thank you for including that in your presentation and holding yourself accountable that you will be reaching out to the business community, the chamber, the planning and the infrastructure oversight. So this is exactly what we need to be doing is to, yes, we're talking about it. We're giving you some directions to move forward. But, it's really important that we get the buy-in. And the reason I say this, because when we got the report and when Councilmember Perez talked about it, I chuckled because 16 years ago, I was in the downtown area, owned my own business where I was opposing to any parking charges because of my customers would have complained from paying the $1.50. And this was 16 years ago, 2007, 2006. So I was chuckling that the fact that I'm actually open to it now because I know there's nothing for free. Any city that we go to, we have to pay for parking because if we don't, as you indicated earlier, our parking structure, it does need work, and we do need to continue maintaining. We do need to build up our parking fund. The other thing I want to say is I don't want to see this to be gouging our customers. I don't want, for me, I'm speaking personally, I don't want to see us overpricing ourselves because everything is expensive, as we know, but we're starting this as a new trial base, and I want people to still feel comfortable to come here. We're all consumers of other cities that we go, and you can't tell me that really you love to pay $2 for parking, and then, God forbid, if you forget to add money and you get that ticket. So I want people to be comfortable to come here and be charged reasonable rate versus going to the max that we can do, even if whatever other cities next to us are charging. I want to be better than them. Say, oh, well, Burbank is cheaper and they like to come here. I also would like to see the 15 minutes increment because charging, I've been to cities where I have to pay for parking, but I can't do a 15-minute increment. I might be in there, in and out, grabbing a cup of coffee. We all know walking into Starbucks will take you at least 15 minutes to get your cup of coffee. So, we need to allow people to be able to put that quarter in instead of $1.50 at once, plus paying for their coffee. So I would really appreciate when you consider that and come back to us that for me personally, I want to see these things on there. So allow them the lower price if they're just in and out of the business. The other thing that I asked earlier also about Uber Eats, DoorDash, they are serving customers, which also helping our businesses. So let's not punish them for picking up the food if we possibly can provide some option for the loading, unloading zone or just pick up, drop off, 10 minutes the max. If they're going to go over that, then they need to park. And you guys are so good, you'll figure it out. I know you'll come back with some good options. And given that our parking structures are going to be providing free parking, I think it's really important that we promote the heck out of it. So lots of signage, directional signage that says free parking and point at Orange Street Garage or, on Palm, and perhaps a big banner on our parking structure that says free parking here. That by itself is going to generate, oh, I have to pay for parking somewhere else. I might as well park here because this is free. We all want free things, right? So I might say, no, I don't want to park that far. I'm going to go pay that $2. So I think it's promoting and marketing our parking garages. That would also be very helpful because in the beginning, people are going to start wondering what's happening in Burbank. Now you're charging me money. Those that used to come to Burbank. So if we do have directional signage, free parking this way, that way, put it on the garage itself, saying free parking here. Let's start putting those words out there to get people's attention. So great job. 16 years later, I'm sitting here saying I'm actually supporting to come back with a second update. Again, I'm speaking for me. Everybody else going to weigh in, but I welcome to see what the other report will look like. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
I would just like to echo everything Councilmember Mullen said. That was wonderful. I fully agree on all of those items, and I'm glad you've turned to take a look at it 16 years later. And definitely not something I would have thought of years ago as well, but I'm really thinking about our structures right now and the need that we have for those funds. I hate to hear, oh, well, Glendale's parking looks nice. Well, great, Glendale has the money for it. I would also like for us to have the money for it. And the only thing I would add to that is I would like the second step report to have some very substantial detail on what we'll use the money for. I want our residents to understand that we're not just doing this because we want to charge you because we want to add to our general fund. We have a very clear purpose as to why we're considering this. So I'd love to see what we're planning to do with the funds, specifically addressing some of the concerns of our residents on the cleanliness, on the graffiti, on the lighting and safety in those parking structures. That's something I would really, really love to see. And my God, $4 is a lot of money. I even think that's a cap for me. Jesus, LA. I'd love to keep it at something reasonable for our residents. The goal is not to price gouge, like Councilwoman Mullen said. It's just to cover a city service that we're trying to provide and upkeep. Thank you for the report, and thank you for looking into this and braving new uncharted territory.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues on these items. I also want to follow up with the need for knowing where the money's going. Also, I'm thinking, like looking ahead, how in order for us, in the staff report, it says this proposed process will break even-ish. But we're looking in the future for expanding it in order to actually have some income in order for the structures. At the same time, I appreciate, I think in Pasadena they do this, and maybe in some of the structures in Glendale, that there's a certain amount of time at the beginning where it's free. So the first half hour is free, or 90 minutes or whatever. So that way folks who are just there to pick up something, to do a quick shop, they're not there, just to eat a 3-course meal or whatever. I do like that as a possible looking forward. So maybe that's something to play around with too. What would that look like to have the first 15 half hour free?
I think certainly we'll bring that back, and we've chatted about that internally. I think the garages definitely, if we ever move to the garages, definitely I think that's a policy you guys should consider. I think for the street, I think we should not validate or have a point free, with the asterisk that the delivery drivers, we got to figure that out. But definitely the structures, I think we should look into that further.
Great. Okay, good. I'm glad that's been on your mind. And so speaking of the free parking signs, I was thinking the same thing, right? Especially for folks who are coming off the freeway or coming over the bridge, who are not from Burbank, so that when they're trying to get downtown, they see the signs of where to go from there. And possibly, if it's possible, I don't know where this could be or if it's doable, to have maps here and there downtown of parking spots. So when people are walking around and like, oh my gosh, I just paid $4 for parking, and they see the signs, they're like, okay, next time we come, we're going to go on the free parking garages. So just to kind of get people more aware.
You could probably put those on the kiosk.
That's true, on the kiosk itself. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah. So in general, I'm very in favor of this. That's something I've been in favor of actually for several years. I think that parking is an expensive, per square footage, is one of the most expensive uses of land. Mm-hmm. And that when we drive our cars to park them somewhere, somebody has to pay for that parking spot. And so for our downtown, it's a really great, I think, space to try this out, because if we are driving our cars downtown and spend time there, I think it's in our cars, it's worth us to basically rent that space to have access. And then specifically for the streets that are looking at that we're looking at to pilot the program, those are convenience spots, because there's plenty of spots all around in different parking garages and on other streets if you're willing to walk 2 blocks, you don't have to pay. So you're not just paying for parking, you're paying for convenience actually above anything else. And so I think paying for convenience is completely, even if you don't agree about paying for parking, paying for convenience is definitely something that's worth giving a little extra for. Save the disabled parking. Let's see. And I like the idea of using the license plates when the different options that were provided in the staff report. I really, and the different systems I've used with parking, that's been the easiest for me. I love the idea of being able to refill my parking on my phone and not have to deal with running back to the meter. I also don't like to have to figure out which space number am I in, and especially at nighttime. I do forget my license plate, but knowing, if you go to the same place over and over again, I'll just take a picture of it and walk over to the kiosk. But I think overall that's probably the best system. I like that the best. And I also want to point out that those convenience spots, once our employees are not using those, our local employees are not using those spots, most of those spots will be used by people who don't live in Burbank, would be my guess. Because those of us who live in Burbank will be parking in the free spots, and those who are visiting and don't really know the area or just want to be close, my guess is that they'll be mostly people from outside of Burbank. And so I think that, it's a lot of Burbank folks are sometimes worried about having to pay for parking, but it's not necessarily a hindrance on our residents. And just want to reiterate, as to Councilmember Perez's points on what's this going to fund, if we use this to get funds for helping those elevators in the Orange Grove parking lot, that's for me, I would vote a yes just for that alone, because we have 2 elevators that by Burbank even has an image of somebody's trapped in an elevator as a frequent thing of what's going on with the elevators.
To be fair, Public Works is working on that regardless of this decision. I'm just using that as an example of we are kind of at the bare end. And also, we will just to underscore, definitely we recommend the money start to reimburse for the actual operations. Then if there's any extra, it goes into the other lots and structures to bring the maintenance up. And if there's even any extra beyond that, we still think it should stay with services that are local to where the parking is being charged. It should not go into a just general fund, area.
Yeah, I'm thinking even to parking improvements, like there's some parking lots that tell you how many spaces are available based on, there's a lot of possibilities in the future to make our parking lot. To your point, that's one of the first things you see when you drive in is the parking lots. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
I want the best for Burbank. But Councilmember Takahashi reminded me of something really quick. Another thing I'd like to ask staff to consider in this as well is having the conversation with our businesses on San Fernando. I can confirm that as somebody who worked on that street and as somebody who has many friends who worked on the street, the preference for many of our businesses has been park in front because there wasn't enforcement at the time, right? And even when there was enforcement, it was like, try your luck. I think having that conversation with the employers, the staff, everybody about parking in different spaces so that those spaces can be saved for folks who want to utilize them. And I really would like staff to have those conversations. I know you all have been having them, but especially with this new focus in mind, I think it's a good time to have that conversation. Maybe some of our smaller businesses can start encouraging staff to use the free parking. And for our larger chains, perhaps they want to buy parking for their employees.
that point, Councilmember Perez, I'm wondering too, if it'd be possible to have some discussions with the mall, because they have so much extra parking there that maybe the employees can park at the mall and then just walk down. And just a consideration.
Honestly, you should just do that because you can park there right now all day. But yes, definitely. The other thing too is we're very, as Mr. Brandt mentioned, we have just very limited tailoring of our rules in downtown. So it's pretty much 2 hours, 2-hour parking, 90-minute on San Fernando. And then if you want to stay more than 2 hours, for the most part, you have to buy a $6 pass, which is very hard to buy because we don't have it electronic, or what the employees do that don't want to play the roulette wheel with the enforcement is they buy a $52 a month permit. And that's for the garage that's right here close to where you work. It's also for the courthouse, which is way up the block. So we probably at the same time should be thinking about how we can make the outlying garages cheaper per month for the employees, maybe even free or at least lower. The higher end garages, maybe we don't put employee permits there at all because for the same reasons, that's where all the customers are going. And so we can probably have a better striation of charge that will end up helping everybody overall. So we'll have that in mind also so that we can kind of lessen the burden for some of the workers and employees who are captive because that's the only place they can park.
Mayor, I'll jump in. I know we have some folks waiting for the next item, so I'm going to make 4 quick points in 2 minutes or less. You can time me. Slide 18, great outreach plan, but you're forgetting, in my opinion, you're forgetting one critical stakeholder group. You should be talking to the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities. I think we should be doing more of that in all of our strategic planning. Number 2, I would just be remiss if I didn't point out that yes, we do have free parking now, but the Burbank Civic Center project contemplates putting housing on the existing site of our parking garage. So long term, we should be thinking more strategically about 15 years from now, is that free parking going to exist? And perhaps there's an opportunity for subterranean parking development. That's a question for another day. I think for now it'll work, but we do need to think about if that's a plan the council is going to consider, how this proposal integrates with that. Third thing I'd say is, speaking just for myself, again, I would be supportive of a pilot for some number of years to see if it works. I think it will be successful. I'm always wary of contracting to outside vendors. Yes, there is an added cost, but you also have people that are committed to the city and serve 46 years, as opposed to vendors that sometimes are here for 6 months and don't know the beat that they're working and just don't know the community. So I understand this is a short-term measure, but in the long term, I really hope that those conversations take place with BCEA, and I'll be expecting to hear the outcome on that. And the very last thing I'll say is I appreciate staff coming back with this. This is a proposal that makes sense. There's a high demand for parking in the downtown area. I did not support paid parking for Metrolink because when I think about those issues of equity, I don't want to be creating more obstacles for those who need to access mass transit. This, on the other hand, is a proposal that I do think makes sense. So I just encourage you to keep running with the ball, so to speak. And as you look at other iterations and expansion down the line, look at those opportunity sites, but always keep equity in your forefront of your mind in terms of how you design it. Okay, thank you.
I want to apologize to our equestrian folks because I'm going to take quite a bit of time on this. I've been working on this for over 6 years with the folks right in front of me. So I want to echo what the Vice Mayor was saying about using a vendor. Let's definitely find a path forward so that at some point we can do this internally. Let's learn from them, figure out how the operations and the systems run, and then get our own people trained on it. Because you never know what's going to happen down the road. I'd rather have our internal knowledge and institutional knowledge here. I spent almost 4 years on the Transportation Commission, but I spent about 3.5 years as a professional Uber driver driving all day long. I got 300,000 miles on my Prius. I've used all of these machines. The best ones is the license plate one. There's ones where you have to walk to the machine, you pay for a ticket, then you walk back to your car, you put it on the dash. There's the other ones where you walk to the machine, you have to input your space number, and then you go, wait, what was my space number? So then you walk back to the car, then you walk back over and you put the space number in. It's a whole thing. The license plate is the best. Mostly because then it gets people to remember their license plate. But also, the newer kiosks that are tied to the app saves your info. So it saves your license plate and it saves your credit card. And you can have multiple profiles depending on what car you're driving that day. So you can switch over. Is it this one? Is it this one? It's really great. And yes, long before I did anything in Southern California, in Northern California, I managed an arcade. And yes, the difference between coins and bills and those machines is drastic. It's so drastic. The coins, almost without fail, you can't change the size of a coin. So yeah, bills, man, whew, every day something gets jammed up. The disabled parking. Now this is important. If we have an optimum parking management system that always has a space available, then that means there's always a disabled space available because you don't have to pay when you have a placard. So if we're doing it correctly, we'll always have disabled parking because someone with a placard will always see a space. So, moving forward, if we simply focus on that 80%, we are keeping our disabled drivers parked. And that's the best part about doing it this way, because then you don't have to set aside spaces. You're always generating spaces throughout the area. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to follow up that really quick, Mr. Mayor. This is true, and I thought about that as well. However, some spaces also provide extra space on the side
to
be able to get out. So
we have the designated spaces,
right, so we
too.
do need to continue to have the disabled
Yeah.
spaces because there's some accommodations. But to your point, yeah, that's also true.
Yeah. Don't get rid of the ones we already have. We do need those. Yes, absolutely. And then, having the info there or the no info about if you get free parking with a disabled placard, they tell you that when you apply. So like when you go in for the process, they explain to you all the rules and stuff. So I don't think we need to teach the general public about the disabled parking. We could have a note on the kiosk. Like I said, we have a kiosk. We can put a lot of info on there. A map, what the rules are, all of that. I do want to say when we go with the license plate version, there's no way to do the rollover time. And I agree. I love rolling up to a space and like, oh, there's 40 minutes left. Cool. The problem is if you do it with a license plate, no one can give your license plate extra time before you get there. So unfortunately, that has to go away. But to Mr. Krisky's point, each individual person should be paying for their space. If you go over, that's your deal. And speaking of going over, the most recent machines I've been using that I see around town have 10-minute increments. Is that correct? I've seen you press the button and you can do 10, 20, 30, 40.
We can set increments at whatever
Yeah.
you want to. I wouldn't want to go any lower than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've seen 10-minute increments either 10 or 15 pretty consistently. Yeah. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, are we changing the signs, the downtown signs for parking, the parking signs, those symbols, the old orange and blue?
So the Economic Development Department is, with the PBID also, is reskinning those older signs with new vinyl so that they're freshened, and we're relooking at the wayfinding, and they do include wayfinding to parking.
Okay. All right. Brighter, higher contrast, easier to read kind of stuff. Okay. And then, last thing right here. When we do eventually go, if we want to the garages, counting the spaces, like if it's an arm to go in and out, it's easy to count total number of spaces and how many are left and have that sign up front. That is an easy thing to do. I've seen it on a number of garages where right when you pull up, it says, 72 spaces available or 4 spaces available because it's counting how many people come in and how many people leave. It's a simple process. It's real easy. Okay. I'm done. I'll take a motion. What do we got?
Do we need a motion for a second step report?
It does say direct staff.
Yeah. All right, did you get enough direction from us? I mean, we gave you a bunch of stuff.
We did. We've taken lots of notes.
Okay.
And we will implement what you've told us and bring
Okay.
back a more detailed plan for your consideration for implementation.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on. All right, the final report this evening is the discussion on possible construction measures to reduce potential construction impacts to equestrian uses and equines. Mr. Joseph Onyebuchi, Associate Planner of the Community Development Department, please present the report. No, I'm okay. That looks really good. I'm gonna go left.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council. My name is Joseph Onyebuchi, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. On July 25th, 2023, the City Council confirmed the Community Development Director's determination for project number 23-0002305, a 23-unit residential condominium development pursuant to Senate Bill 35 at 910 South Mariposa Street. During the meeting, members of the adjacent Burbank Rancho community voiced concerns about potential temporary effects that construction may have on equestrian activity. In response to these concerns, the City Council directed staff to return within 90 days with a report detailing possible construction measures that the city can consider to reduce potential impacts to equestrian use and equine during construction activity. Over the past 90 days, staff has conducted research that included contacting other jurisdictions with significant equestrian communities: Thousand Oaks, Woodland Hills, Avocado Heights, Chino Hills, and La Puente. Jurisdictions not mentioned in the report but contacted by staff also include Norco, Rolling Hills, Rancho Santa Fe, and San Juan Capistrano. Of the cities and jurisdictions contacted, none were familiar with any measures that address construction impacts to equestrian activity and equine. However, the staff in those cities and jurisdictions were able to provide examples of measures that address the impacts that equestrian activity might have on residential neighborhoods. Due to this lack of meaningful examples from other equestrian neighborhoods, staff engaged an environmental consultant to identify any potential best practices to address possible construction impacts on equine. Similar to the contacted municipalities, the consultant was only able to identify a few measures that might be able to address where these types of construction measures have been tested, that might be able to address that might be able to address construction impacts to equestrian activity and equine. Unfortunately, staff could not find any examples where these types of construction measures have been tested or have proven to successfully address the areas of potential concern noted in the report. In the remaining time allotted to staff by City Council, staff attempted to vet these untested measures with subject matter experts in other city departments that are involved in the building construction, permitting, and inspection process, including Building and Safety and Transportation Planning Division staff. The process of collecting information, vetting with the various city subject matter experts, and eventually preparing the summary of draft measures and cost estimates took up the entire 90-day period. Given the limited reliable data concerning measures to address construction impacts to equines or equestrian activity, staff has presented a report that identifies measures that fall into two categories: those that will be incorporated into a construction means and methods plan as existing city objective standards applicable to the project, and the second category of measures are those that are not a part of the city's objective standards and therefore cannot be imposed on ministerial projects, including the SB 35 project at 910 South Mariposa Street. As already mentioned, none of these measures have been tested for effectiveness on reducing construction impacts on equine safety, as none of the research suggested these measures were implemented in other equestrian communities. It is important to reiterate that as it pertains to SB 35 projects like 910 South Mariposa Street, the city cannot require the project owner to implement measures that were not in place at the time of the project's notice of intent submittal. Therefore, in this case, the city is limited to the adopted standards mentioned in Burbank Municipal Code Section 9-1-1-107, which require the construction means and method plan to address noise, dust, vibrations, utility shutoffs, and other construction impacts. No specific direction concerning how to address these categories is provided in the municipal code, and the owner has broad discretion in choosing how to address these construction impacts. Additionally, under the current BMC, the project owner must create the plan and submit it to the city. The city, therefore, cannot require, but only can advise the project owner on what measures to include in a construction means and methods plan. If the owner objects to the city's suggestions, the city can only implement measures that are completely within the city's control. For example, measures that are completely within city-owned right-of-way or do not otherwise encroach on the owner's private property or impede their ability to undertake construction activity for which a building permit is issued. Finally, any recommended measure beyond an already adopted objective standard that the owner chooses to accept must be paid entirely by the city. The staff report includes a list of voluntary measures which are focused on notification and communication, noise management, construction worker training and education, as well as monitoring and feedback. Staff has also compiled preliminary estimated costs for each of the identified voluntary measures and has included those costs in the staff report. At this time, staff would like to mention several measures that the owner is required to implement as part of the project's conditions of approval. Specifically, Condition 27 requires the owner to provide a construction management plan that includes, amongst other things, construction staging, traffic coordination, construction haul routes information, and the identification of a construction contractor or subcontractor, including on and off-site parking throughout the extent of construction. Conditions 28 through 33 place limitations on parking for construction personnel, hours of construction, as well as staging. Specifically, Condition 33 requires a noise disturbance coordinator who is responsible for responding to any local complaints about construction noise. There are over 200 conditions of approval that the owner must adhere to. These conditions were agreed to by the owner as conditions of approval, as conditions of project approval, and are tied to objective standards in the Burbank Municipal Code. As mentioned previously, certain measures identified in this report are not tied to any current objective standards and cannot be imposed on this project. However, these measures may be incorporated into the Burbank Municipal Code as objective standards in the future as part of a Burbank Rancho neighborhood-specific plan preparation process, of which the City Council has provided funding and will be initiated at the beginning of 2024. Through that public participation and planning process, staff can look at potential development standards, including construction measures mentioned in this report, and that process would involve the inclusion and engagement of various community stakeholders such as equestrians, residents, property owners, developers, and contractors that reside and work in the Burbank Rancho neighborhood. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to general public comment. I have Roy Simonson, followed by Gail Just. If you haven't filled out a card, you can fill out a yellow comment card and give it here to the city clerk, and you get 3 minutes. Hello, Roy.
Good evening, Council. My name is Roy Simonson. I built my home with stables in the Rancho in 1984. I was a Class 1 commercial truck driver for 35 years. 30 of those years, I worked for a construction company here in Burbank. I have to say that at first, I believe this project is incompatible, both safety-wise, because of its location at the bridge where all trails converge. And structurally wise, it will be the only 3-story building on all of Mariposa Street. Now, I have some suggestions on the safety. One, that all of the traffic to this site use a route from Alameda, south on Main, then west on Riverside Drive to Mariposa, and then south on Mariposa to the site. And when they leave the site, in reverse, follow that path back to Alameda. Now, the other suggestion would be that all the trucks unload and load on the 910 property and not in the street, which is a horse trail. And that all the workmen park on that property and not in the surrounding neighborhood. Now, more importantly, that during disruptive operations, they put a flagman on the perimeter trail and on Mariposa to warn the riders of this disruptive activity, give them a chance to take an alternate route or wait till the disruption stops. This should be extended to studio stables so they can take precautions to keep their horses healthy and safe. The disruption, I will have to explain, could start from the beginning. When they put a bulldozer on the property to take out existing foundations, knock down existing structures, grade the land, and compost the soil where the foundations for the building will be. That is pretty much all I can think of at this time. But I ask you to consider these suggestions for the safety of the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Gail Just, followed by Katie Rossi. Katie Rossi.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I find myself here once again on matters related to and of concern to the Rancho community. When it became clear that the Mariposa Butterfly Gardens Townhouse Development Project was going forward, despite the harmful and negative impact it would have on the equestrian community, I was hopeful that the city would seek measures to mitigate the harm, disruption, and detrimental impact of this project on our horses, riders, and community. Although clear that this project would never be truly safe, it seemed there were a plethora of possibilities for at least making it safer. When reading on construction measures A and B, the sole and only measures being recommended for this project, it became clear to me that the complaint system being put in place would attempt to rectify problems after they occurred. There were no measures in place to protect the community before an incident happened. Narrow cul-de-sac Mariposa remains narrow cul-de-sac Mariposa, handling both equestrian traffic, heavy machinery, and large, noisy construction trucks, without a single honest effort to protect our horses from this flurry of noise, vibrations, congestion, and chaos. Work will still proceed 6 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., never allowing a horse and rider to slip into Griffith Park before the chaotic day begins or after it finishes. Mariposa Bridge, the gateway to Griffith Park for equestrians and first-time riders alike, remains vulnerable to all this upheaval and turmoil. The city needs to implement mitigating measures to reduce the likelihood of accidents, mishaps, injury, and the like before they happen, so they do not happen. I am not opposed to a complaint line, but in and of itself, it is simply not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Rossi, followed by Blanca Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Katie Rossi, and I am a passionate equestrian resident of Burbank. I'm fairly new here, and I'm gravely concerned that the bodily safety of myself and my community members do not seem like a priority to staff, judging by the circumstance we find ourselves in with Circle K, especially by this report. I have made a public records request to understand how staff's equestrian consultation process could possibly result in recommendations that don't scratch the surface when it comes to safety of equestrians, especially related to 910 South Mariposa. I'm terrified that the staff of the government of the city I live in have offered this as their best effort to keep me and my partner and our horses safe right down the street from our house. I'm holding out hope that the people I had a role in electing will try a little harder. In your City Council goal-setting meeting on January 6, 2023, among several goals, you chose goals of investing in equestrian services, protecting small businesses, and taking an innovative, proactive, and equitable approach to city governance. I'm begging you to act on these values now. You said innovative. You're speaking about objective standards that haven't existed, but it has to start somewhere. Why not you? The only way to prevent harm entirely is in stopping Circle K from becoming these condos. But this report offers little effort to even mitigate the harm. I'm baffled that it's even a question to include things like sound walls and blankets, that it could be a losing battle asking the developer to put these things in, and also that these measures are going to be utilized at Pickwick, another SB 35 project with at a site with magnitudes less hoof traffic. It blows my mind that this couldn't be used as precedent. I can't believe that it isn't possible or in your power to modify construction hours. I'm sorry, I can't believe that. And how can there not be a requirement to have flagmen? As you see in the photo, Mariposa is not wide enough to support 2 cars passing one another. There is tremendous risk that there will be no functional thoroughfare for emergency access. There is virtually no chance that we will have safe access to the bridge. There will be injuries. There could be death. There are enough articles and anecdotal experiences citing equestrian accidents with lethal consequences. Not only will harm be unprevented, there doesn't even need to be a flagman on the ground to see when it happens, call 911, direct traffic away to allow ambulances through, and prevent more people from getting hurt. On July 25th, you acknowledged that this project was put through by a series of poor, underthought, already made decisions by your predecessors. And I don't believe that any of you believe that this will be safe. And yet, there is no real effort to prevent a crisis from happening, nor a plan for how to guarantee a timely response to a crisis when it does happen. This report is grossly insufficient for any objective standards meant for an equestrian area during construction, like any area, let alone Circle K, at the artery of our neighborhood, the main artery.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Blanca Guzman, followed by Kate Adams.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Blanca Guzman. I am a horseshoer living in the Burbank Rancho equestrian community. I've come here to talk about and bring to your attention awareness of how excess materials like nails and screws can be dangerous and fatal to horses. I have read the required construction measures A and B, and I find it very disturbing that in those measures there is nothing written about proper disposal and handling of such materials during and after construction phase that can pose serious harm to pedestrians, especially horses, that are walking along the perimeter. A nail or other sharp objects that penetrates a horse's foot is extremely dangerous and oftentimes deadly. If the nail has entered either the joint or layer of synovial membrane around the tendon, it will cause serious infection that is and almost impossible to cure. In the majority of cases, the horses have to be euthanized due to pain, infection in the area. With this being said, it has to be known and taken very seriously that during and after construction, disposal of any hazardous material like nails and screws be removed from around the perimeter, especially our bridle trails and walkways. In preparing this speech, I review what might be a monetary expense on what this would cost the owner if this were to happen to any of our horses in the community. The only answer I could come up with is that there is no amount of money that can be compensated for the loss of our beloved companions. Unfortunately, I, myself, and the Rancho community cannot take back the overdevelopment that is destroying our equestrian community, but we can and will make sure that every single measure will be taken in place so that we can have a safe environment for our horses and our equestrian community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me voice my opinion.
Thank you. Kate Adams, followed by Veronica Christensen.
Dear Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and staff, my name is Kate Adams. I'm a Rancho resident and equestrian, and I've read the staff's report, and I'm extremely disappointed with the lack of information presented to council. Thanks, Vice Mayor, for requesting the report. The report lacks any information about loose metal or debris left in the street and proper disposal to ensure horse hooves do not get punctured, which is a serious and fatal accident. Parks and Rec currently drags Martinez Arena and Griffith Park with a magnet every Friday morning. Curious as to why staff did not talk to current LA City staff, his name is Manny Tover, who supervises the area, and I can give you his number and email. In Section 3, your staff forgot to mention implementing a noise ordinance, which could monitor the level of noise decibels from a construction site. This is common in equestrian neighborhoods, horse facilities, and neighborhoods at large. So much, in fact, that Churchill Downs, the famed tract of the Kentucky Derby, has changed to low-emission, low-noise equipment to reduce the impact on its horses. The report does not mention improvements to alternative areas for exercise, so current equine residents can still get the proper exercise needed. Simply not going by the development zone is not an option. Did staff suggest creating other safe areas in the community where horses can exercise safely? You simply cannot take this away from us and say tough luck. I cannot sleep at night because of the lack of leadership, accountability, and ownership I see in the City Council regarding 910 South Mariposa. This report is not thorough enough. I'm asking you, Council, to request more information on how to properly serve your community, specifically the equestrian neighborhood, and talk with your community to have a dialogue to protect us for future projects in the Rancho, and propose an ordinance to implement additional safety measures for the Rancho. I'm asking you properly to ask yourself, is this truly all you can do? Signs and a superintendent? You might as well be ready to say your condolences. I close with this. A quote from the City of Norco's Master Trail Plan, which I suggest you take a look at. You can learn a lot from their council and city planning. The Master Trail Plan should also inspire the community to enhance and maintain the trail system, being a living document that helps the community meet the challenges and take advantage of future opportunities. Trails should be designed, constructed, and maintained for the user, whether they be pedestrian or equestrian, that the trail is intended to serve. And I'm asking you, City Council, who do you serve? Thank you.
Veronica Christensen, followed by Sam Kirkby.
Got some show and tell here. I also have the electronic files. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thank you and good evening. My name is Veronica Christensen. I'm a 30-plus year resident of the Burbank Rancho and a previous horse owner and current equestrian. We Rancho voters and constituents are here this evening to address the safety issues that our experience has taught us to look for. We are the boots on the ground observers and the residents here to bring some issues to your attention, such as the aforementioned horse trail that heads from the Pollywog Field to the Mariposa Bridge. Where'd it go? There we go. It's not showing up on the screen, but that's okay. Oh, okay. All right. So you can see on photos A, B1, B2, and C, you can see how dangerous and ineffective this fencing would be in preventing anyone from falling over the edge. It's barely stirrup high from a horse perspective. This is going really fast. I want this. There's the stirrup and the horse. You can see that. From the horse perspective, and not even hip high for the average pedestrian. I'm 5'9", and this is where the fence comes to me. This shows where the fence is compared to me standing next to it. The dirt also along this trail has built up over the years, elevating the trail height halfway up the height of the chain link fence. This is really confusing to deal with. Anyway, and then it drops off at a dangerous slope towards the river wall. This slope is conducive to a pedestrian or a horse and rider slipping towards the fence and river wall. And due to the low fencing, there is not much to prevent either a pedestrian or a horse and rider from falling over the edge. Now, this is adjacent, this trail is directly adjacent to where the construction would be going on at the Mariposa site. Little history. The paving of the LA River began in 1938 and was finished in 1960. So somewhere in that span of time, the fencing was added. That means that at least, at the latest, the fencing is 60 years old. And at the oldest, the fencing along the river is 85 years old. And I want to show you that drop again. That's from horse height down into the river. It's about 20 feet. I would like to emphasize that the dangers and potential accidents that are being brought to your attention could impact anyone, from people walking their dogs to equestrians and even bicyclists, if and where they are permitted to go along the river.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Because of screw-ups on the...
Sam Kirkby, followed by Tony Osek.
Good evening. My name is Sam Kirkby. I'm a lifelong equestrian, native Angelino, and 25-year Burbank resident. I was asked to speak tonight by some of my fellow equestrians about an incident which I am extremely reluctant to talk about. I was an eyewitness to a catastrophic accident on the new Atwater Bridge, which resulted in the horrific death of a horse the first week the bridge was opened. 2 horses were notably being hand-walked across the bridge when one horse got frightened by traffic noise from the 5 freeway, bolted back to his barn, and the second horse went after his buddy and never made it home. I feel it would lack sensitivity to those who love that horse to speak about the details of that day in public. But I will say that in all my years as a horseman, it was one of the most horrible accidents I've ever witnessed. I can say I was one of the 3 people holding the panicked horse down while we waited for emergency veterinary help, which gratefully came soon. The reason I've been asked to speak about this accident is because it was most likely preventable. Experienced horsemen and equestrians from Burbank and Glendale had attended many meetings, spoken to the bridge committees about how to make the bridge safer. Simple things, rubber pavers continuing on the bike path instead of slick cement, not having a 4-foot-high cement wall put directly at the far end of the horse crossing, higher railings along the sides of the horse path. But none of these suggestions were listened to. Apparently, all the engineers and architects of that $17 million bridge thought they had made a bridge that was good enough. They didn't feel there was any need to listen to the horse community about safety concerns. But the fact was the city staff and the bridge engineers did not have the experience or the qualifications to know how to make that bridge safe for equestrians. They thought they had designed a safe bridge, but they did not, and a terrible accident resulted. I cross that bridge regularly still. I often think about what would have happened that day if a child had been riding that horse, someone's wife, someone's mother. Would our city council members be listening more acutely today if a person had died or been severely injured? If an expensive lawsuit had ensued? I do know that the big bridge opening celebration scheduled for the next week was abruptly canceled. Maybe some felt a sense of shame or embarrassment. Who knows? Perhaps they didn't want people in the horse community to be there saying, "We told you so." My point in telling this story is this. We do not ever want to say, "We told you so" about the Mariposa project. The fact is, this Mariposa project is completely, utterly, absolutely, and possibly criminally ill-advised and unsuited for its location. So the purported purpose of this meeting to discuss how to make things easier, or how to make things safer during the construction of the project is completely specious and misleading. There can be no mitigating the dangers of this Mariposa project because the imminent danger to the horse community is unmitigatable.
Your time has expired.
Tony Osick, followed by Elisa Cunningham.
Good evening, Council. I am an equestrian in the Rancho area and a Rancho property owner. I am still expressing my concerns about the property that is being allowed to be developed on Mariposa. I still believe, as I have stated before, it is and will put all equestrians in danger. This is a neighborhood. I'll say that again. This is a small town neighborhood with families, kids, grandparents, horses, dogs. What we have differently than a regular neighborhood is we have horses that occupy our streets and the entire Rancho, more so directly the bridge that is such a short distance from this project. You are truly putting us all in danger. I ask that you still rethink all of this before this project moves forward, and accidents will occur. Since the pony rides in the park have been wrongfully taken away, I see even more families on horses trying to enjoy the beauty of riding in our immediate area. The horse rental businesses in the area are known to have new, non-experienced riders that they go out for a fun-filled ride. The bridge is a main passage for the equestrians to get to the Griffith Park trails. The additional traffic on this one-lane road, when this project is totally completed, will still be a continuous hazard for our community. Even if you are not horse owners or riders, you have to by now be able to understand our concerns. You can still reimagine this entire project to a project that supports why we all bought into this wonderful community. Please do so. So much at risk here today and for our longtime future. I still believe there are steps that can be taken to halt this project and steps to be taken to assure our safety. Please don't let an accident occur. Someone gets seriously hurt, lawsuits prevail, and then we will all blame all of you. We have so adamantly brought this all to your attention so many times, and it makes no sense that we are the knowledgeable ones throughout our lives of learning about equines, what work and what don't work. You guys are not, but you cease to listen to our real knowledge and real opinions.
Elisa Cunningham, followed by Liz Radley.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwomen, and staff, my name is Elisa Cunningham. From the July 25th council meeting, Nick, I've walked near the bridge. The fencing there right along the river line is ridiculously low. Walking near it, I feel concerned that if I lose my balance, I fall in. And I worry a little bit about someone on horseback, the horse being spooked by the noise, the dust, the loud sounds, that someone could be bucked into the river. The first thing that comes to my mind is we need a whole lot higher of a fence. Tamala, my goal and my commitment is to do everything I can, if this passes tonight, everything I can to ensure the horses and our riders are safe, that our businesses are not impacted, and that the access to the bridge will not be impaired. I will do everything I can. I'm just letting you know that's my commitment. Nick, I have a great deal of personal concern for the safety of people in that neighborhood, especially as they cross the back end of that property trying to access the trail. Nick, can we direct staff to work on mitigation efforts to bring back to council to make sure that we are doing everything in our power to maintain safety in that area? I think we have to, at a minimum. Zizette, you'll find 100% support from myself and my colleagues because we do care deeply about your safety. We do care. Well, I don't see any of that in the conclusions of this staff report. In this carefully worded report, there are a lot of notations about why nothing can be done, with a few exceptions based on the developer approving, which he won't, and some possible signage and mailers. While I understand the city needs to cover its back, what I don't see is anything that the city council previously professed. Where is the continuation of the passionate Our hands are tied by the state and we must approve it, but gosh darn, we don't want it and we vow to mitigate the safety concerns. In this note and file report, there's a lot of we can't make the developer do anything and not much of what you are going to do. It lists some options of things that you can do, but then concludes that clear communication with equine owners is the answer, coupled with encouragement to avoid the area. Really? Finally, please ask staff to put together objective standards for construction zones for each neighborhood in Burbank. Pop-up housing developments are here. Burbank needs to have a plan in place now to protect all neighborhoods from impacts of construction zones. Thank you.
Liz Radley, followed by Darcy Conkle.
I have a handout, if I may. Shall I roll? Hi, I'm Liz Radley. I know that most of you have heard me speak here before. I do want to bring up my credentials, which you'll see on the business card there. And I'm going to add to those so I don't have to spend too many words. I was extensively educated in equestrian training and safety by the government-recognized British Horse Society. As you can tell, I'm from England. And I have high-level credentials that the US doesn't have. We don't have a system here like they do in England to educate people about safety. And I've listened to all the speakers, and frankly, I do agree, especially with Sam. I don't believe that this is mitigatable because of the location. And I do believe in all the work that staff has done to find out in the manner in which other communities have handled this doesn't apply to this location because a river runs through it. You've been there, you know the risk. You see on the photograph there, that was October 21. And I have, afraid I ran out of toner, but this is actually right at the subject location from the low fence that you saw. This is in 2016. So nothing seems to have changed since then, and maybe we could take a look at this. Maybe there are other incidents. These photographs just happen to be ones that were placed on our Burbank Glendale Griffith Park equestrians page. There may be other incidents. So, an additional thing, and perhaps Mr. McDougall can assist with this. The Housing Accountability Act, not SB 35, but the Government Code 65589.5 on the matter of safety specifies that if a project has a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety and there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid impact, that is a reason that it can be turned down. In the last meeting, Mr. McDougall was not there, but his substitute said that we wouldn't be able to reach this level. But I believe that we can because of the location. There's no way to get around the position of the river and the risk of the river. Additionally, horses, we have the eyes of predators. We look forward. Horses have the eyes of prey animals. They look around. Their eyes are on the side. So when you have construction, you've already got, for example, the perimeter. Oh, darn.
Time
Okay.
has expired.
Well, I
Thank
have more
you.
to say. But thank you.
Darcy Conkle, and that's my last card.
Does that mean I get extra time?
Can I claim my minute that I lost due to?
Sorry, no, that's,
Good
Go ahead.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here tonight to talk about the safety report that was given, and I believe it's extremely flawed. And here is why. First, I want to state, when we were here July 25th, it was not just the immediate danger and safety of construction. It was the ongoing safety measures that were going to cause problems with having condos in that area. It was going to be a lot more traffic. The reason I feel this report is flawed, I'll just start with the report. When we talk about, you talk to other cities, the reason when you talk to Norco and San Juan Capistrano, the reason they didn't have any construction planning is because they do not allow multi-family units in the horse areas. They do not allow condos. It is not allowed. And I know this because I frequent those communities. I have friends that live in those communities. I know realtors in that communities. San Juan Capistrano, we spend time showing, and those do not happen. So of course they don't have any plans for that because it doesn't exist. So you're doing something in an area that doesn't happen in other horse communities because they do not allow it. Secondly, to say it would be like me saying I took my daughter who needed surgery on her ankle to have a plate and screws. I took her to a surgeon. I didn't take her to an environmentalist. You don't go to an environmentalist to ask about equestrian events. My husband is an environmental geologist. He couldn't tell you the first thing about horses, and he's been married to me for way too long. We won't talk about that. So why would you go to an environmentalist? That's ridiculous. Why didn't you go to a vet? Why didn't you call some of the hospitals? Why didn't you call UC Davis? And they could give you all sorts of, information about horses and the fear and how they might be affected by certain things. But instead, you wasted 90 days talking to people that have absolutely no clue. Third, there is a map that was presented here that was said to have been presented on the 25th, which it was not, that talked about a safety alternative route for people to take, for the horses to take. It is, I don't know who did it and what their credentials are and how they would understand that that was safe, because just looking at it, if you look at the trail that goes behind this 910 is right on the equestrian path, which is Griffith Park land. Construction is not just on the front, guys, it's the whole property. They're gonna hear it. So it not only affects that path, it affects the stables. So all those horses boarding there. Secondly, coming through the side next to the existing rental stable right there, the trail's a little bit lower. They're gonna hear that noise, and the horses are at the rental stable are above, and they're gonna be upset from all the noise and running around, which will make the horses on the trail react. And the bridge is right where it starts.
Thank you. Jean Schonberg?
Thank you. Good evening, council. Sorry to be late. I was at the barn and I'm covered with hay, and I wasn't going to come because I knew so many of my friends and neighbors had so many important points to cover. However, when I listened on my headphones to the staff's report, which I had read, and they mentioned the other communities of equestrian communities that they talked to, and then this environmental consultant whom I had looked up, and there's no mention of equestrian on their website. When will this city council ask the Burbank and Glendale equestrian communities about this project? We know we know every inch of the locations. Many of us have been here 30-some years. We know every single space. We can debate the height of every single fence. We know all of it. We know our horses. We know the people who come in on weekends. As Ms. Conkle was just saying, it's astonishing that yet again, the city is relying on a consultant report. We don't know anything about the consultant. It wasn't provided as part of the staff report. We don't know what the credentials were. We don't know what the consultant said.
we get a really subpar list of ideas of things that probably won't apply. The elephant in the room, and I'm certain the city attorney will remind you of this when your opportunity comes to discuss, is that this matter is now pending litigation. And the reason that other communities don't have objective standards is that this is so extraordinarily out of appropriate to have this type of construction project in this type of neighborhood. No other areas have faced this. No other areas have faced litigation about it. It is a case of first impression. SB 35 is extremely new. SB 423, I'll echo Ms. Wallace's plea that you act on that in time, since this council has not acted on anything else in time, and it cannot wait until the Rancho Master Plan in 2024. But please take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that if this project happens, and I'm talking only in the alternative, that if this project happens, every single safety measure must be required, and you must come to the community. Signs, you know what? Everybody knows about this project. We all know. We all know. Flagmen, signs, oh, great, don't ride here. Basically, don't ride here.
Cancel the condos.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any response to public comment at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe Svanibucci, Associate Planner. I will just say that the report that we released, that we're considering today, is not to be confused with the construction management plan, which is a document that will be much more detailed than what we have here. It is a document that, more importantly, will be produced by the applicant, or sorry, the project owner, and staff will be working with the project owner to ensure that they meet the requirements of the code. And that section of the code that I called out in my report is 9-1-1-107, which talks very generally about construction, about categories that need to be addressed, such as dust, vibration, noise, things of that nature, and other construction impacts. So that might include safety in the neighborhood, things like that. So
debris in the street?
It may include debris in the street.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on.
So what I'm saying is that.
What do you mean it may include?
The reason why I'm saying may is because the code, the code itself is very general in what is in stating what is required from the construction management plan. So as staff, we can't dictate, or we can't require the applicant or the developer to include certain standards that are not addressed by the code.
Scott Plumbeck, Money Manager. So when we do work with the applicant or the property owner on the construction management plan, and Mr. Onobuchi is correct, we don't have one at this point. This report just covers in general what we can and can't require. So we work with the applicant with regards to off-street parking, with haul routes, and we also work with the applicant, our building staff does, and our public works staff does, to ensure that the streets are kept clean as well, because we don't want any sort of debris in our streets. So that's part of the construction management plan as well. And as Mr. Onobuchi has mentioned, we don't have that plan yet to present. The applicant has put one together. We work with the applicant on that, and it's approved by staff.
And the other thing that I'll say is that the standards and measures that we have looked at and that we have written in this report are measures that might be considered at a future date as part of the Rancho specific plan that's upcoming, which I said in my presentation. There would be an opportunity for community stakeholders to take part and engage in that process, in that planning process. So that is forthcoming, but we are responding to the direction given by City Council during the July 25th public hearing.
Mayor and members of the council, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. Just wanted to add some of the concerns that were voiced by the public are things that we can communicate to the project applicant, in particular maintenance of the property and the surrounding areas. That's something that is considered on a regular basis, even in areas not within the Rancho. You know, you don't want tires punctured, let alone an animal's host. So those are things that we can look at. As you're well aware, when we brought the project before you, Mr. Onyebuchi mentioned 200 plus conditions of approval. Those were directly derived from the city code. Unfortunately, the public has pointed out that the nuanced nature of the development that's occurring here with some of the existing conditions and the fact that you have equine aren't currently written into the code. And unfortunately, the way SB 35 is written is we can only apply those objective standards that we can reference or are specifically identified in the city zoning code. My understanding, and I may be wrong, and the council can correct me, was that understanding that there was some deficiencies in our code, you funded what was close to $1.4 million to undertake an effort to develop a Burbank Rancho specific plan. That Burbank Rancho specific plan would allow the city to do the proper studies, conduct all the analysis that, as you recall, under SB 35, we're not allowed to ask the applicant to undertake studies because they are exempt from CEQA. When it comes to the consultant, I want to just qualify. We didn't go out and pay for a study. What we did is we talked to consultants, one of which was De Novo Town Planning. The consultant is kind of a general consultant for environmental review, and what they did is they reached out to one of their noise consultants. And the noise consultant explained that if there are concerns with potential sudden bursts of noise, loud noises, and there's concerns of the potential impact to startle equine, here's some things that you can consider, and that's what they relayed. It wasn't a full-fledged study. There was no way we could conduct a full-fledged study within this period of time. That would be something that, under the specific plan, you could have the level of robust discussion with, as they mentioned, resident experts within the community so that you could actually develop measures, including incorporating project design features for future construction. One of the things to be aware of is, are these measures going to apply to everything within the Rancho or within a specified area of trails? That's different. If there's going to be requirements for quiet hours or things like that, those would have to be vetted. And ultimately, the more things you apply to the project, the longer the construction period is. So there's a trade-off of, does the project get compressed into a shorter window, or based on some of the requirements, does it add more dates to the actual construction process? We need to be mindful of that, but this nuanced nature of the 910 Mariposa and what we were asked to do was not something that is standard. It was a request of council. Staff did the best it could do within the 90-day period. It's never perfect, but the purpose, I think, of having it presented to you is to get that input from the experts within the community and see how we can make improvements, provide additional information, and then based on council direction, we can approach the developer and understand whether there are things that they'd be willing to volunteer, or if the council feels adamant and wants to fund those, then we can also propose those. Just to clarify for the Pickwick project, the sound blankets, I think that was mentioned, was not a condition of approval initially on the project. It was a result of a settlement agreement, and so that was added to it. We find ourselves in a situation where, once again, we don't have those conditions of approval because they're not written into the code. So we're looking at what happens if we were to propose that, what the cost implications of those sound blankets would be, in addition to other things. When we talked to planners in other cities, the focus was on mitigation measures. Were there any mitigation measures for infill development and this potential impact to equine uses? Typically, what they were familiar with was infill development of equine uses and its impact to neighboring land uses. So it was different, and as a result, most of it was just feedback on the phone. There was no handouts to be given. We did look at other projects, larger projects undertaken by the county, but like I said, those were equine facilities with mitigation measures associated. with those particular projects. Nothing specific or unique that we could apply to this specific location or this area, which is why I think the specific plan allows for that level of vetting and nuanced discussion to be able to create objective standards. So I just wanted to kind of provide that, because I think some of that was, maybe we didn't communicate it as well as we should have in the report, but I just wanted to make sure so that you all and the community was aware of the fact that we undertook as best we could the analysis, but to really have that robust discussion would require us to undertake a much larger planning process that you all are well aware of. And unfortunately, that takes time, and that doesn't address the, I empathize with the people that have commented with the desire to address something in the immediate. We understand that takes time, but we also want to make sure that if we are going to put forward objective development standards, that they can be implemented and they don't create other spillover effects by increasing durations or other factors that we're not aware of. We want to be able to vet them and bring that forth to you. So I just wanted to make sure I provided that level of effort. 90 days seems like a lot, but it goes by fairly quickly. And then whatever measures we considered, we also vetted them internally with our building and safety and transportation team, which, once again, them being subject matter experts in the construction process and haul routes, they, were vetting those issues and looking at where they could be tied back to the city code. And in many instances, there were things that we were considering that we were just not able to tie back to city code. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? So I have 3 brief points.
Yeah, go
The
for it.
first point is the litigation filed last week has no effect on the project approvals granted by the city unless and until a judge says that has effect on the city's project approvals. So the city's obligations to the applicant, to the developer, haven't changed. Second, with regard to the commenters' reference to the Housing Accountability Act, Government Code Section 65-589.5, I actually addressed this early on before July in an early comment on this project when the equestrian community came out. The exception for a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, there's a qualification in that same paragraph that the speaker cited. They define specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health safety standards. And we do not have, and have not been provided, a written public health safety standard that would apply to equine in this area. And I raised that issue probably back in February or so, and that information is not in the record on that project, which has been approved and is not affected by the council's deliberation this evening, except to the extent the council wishes to pay for additional measures. The one final comment I wanted to make with regarding to the trail system, though it seems kind of seamless and integrated to the neighborhood, the ownership is not. Actually, the only portion of property upon which there's a trail that's owned by the city is the Mariposa Bridge. The piece adjacent between the Equestrian Center and Mariposa is actually owned by the owner of the studio rentals, at least according to the assessor's records. The 2 largest pieces between the Mariposa Bridge and Pollywog Park are owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The city doesn't own any part of that. The city does not have the ability to change the height of the fence. That's just a fence supposedly keeping people out of the flood control basin owned by the Army Corps of Engineers. So there's nothing the city can do unilaterally to affect that, probably without approval of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or the owners of the studio rentals, or further east of them, Los Angeles, for the Los Angeles Equestrian Center.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Questions from council?
A follow-up question on that. Have we talked to the Army Corps of Engineers? Can we talk to them?
We have not.
Okay. I would like us to talk to them.
That would not relate to this project timeframe. So if the council wants the city to reach out, then that's direction they can provide.
Okay. I mean, I'd be comfortable with that. But that's for future I have a couple of questions here. We were talking earlier about the mitigation plan. The construction management plan. It talks about parking on street, off street. Does it include the requirements for having somebody to flag trucks, to somebody to work on both sides in and out? Also, does that construction management plan include where the loading would take place based on the circumstances in front of us?
So, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning, the construction management plan, which relates to construction means and methods that Mr. Onyebuchi noted, the developers or developer of the project would submit the construction management plan and address all those facets as far as how trucks would get onto the property, what the haul routes would be, how they would stage construction activity both for their workers as well as any material that's being brought onto or off of the property. All those things are things they will submit to us, and then we'll review that. The review is not just planning staff. It actually involves the city engineer, city traffic engineer, building and safety personnel, fire, police services, so that all those things together in unison are looked at. So if there is potential emergency issues associated with the site or in the surrounding area, that those issues are addressed. If they're proposing any sort of encroachment into the right-of-way, or they're proposing wanting to get permits in areas to stage parking, it could be off-site and coming onto the property. Those are all things that would have to be noted on the construction management plan. Mr. Onyebuchi noted that our code, as currently written, provides the developer a lot of latitude within that construction management plan, and we, in essence, advise them, but they're not hard-coded components where every piece has to be in there. They have to, in essence, address things that are related to construction management. If there's a particular issue, let's say traffic engineering decides this is not a operable route for trucks to get into the property and out safely, they will then propose an alternate route. Those things have to be addressed before they get their permit to actually undertake construction activity. Same thing with demolition, best management practices, ensuring that material doesn't get off the property and get into the storm drain system, which could affect our MS4 permits, our permits with the county and state. And in addition to that, other construction-related activities like noting their hours of construction, superintendents that would be responsible for direct response to the city are identified in those particular construction management plans, and a myriad of other things noted in that list of potential issues. Lighting, making sure there's no spillover effect. Those are the kind of things that are in a construction management plan. But in hindsight, if we were looking at amending the code, I think there's an opportunity to provide a lot more codified prescriptive requirements that have to be included within the plan, and giving the city a lot more authority to, in essence, have a final say in its approval. Unfortunately, that's not the way the current regulations are written.
You wanted to ask?
I actually have a question for you, Mr. Ramirez. So one of our speakers earlier, our first speaker, Roy, did talk about traffic and where trucks can enter and exit Alameda, South of Main, Mariposa. With input as such, what Roy presented tonight, would that be can taken in consideration by staff and also the developer to find out what the best way is we can mitigate this traffic going in and out of the site?
I will say this, trying to stay fair and true to that particular issue, and that is we've heard what was commented regarding a suggested route. We will take that information and relay that to the traffic engineering staff, the planning division staff, and the city engineer, so that when they receive a truck haul route proposal for the site, they can look at that particular issue. The speaker may be completely on point, and what he's proposing may be the perfect and optimal route for a myriad of reasons, both the availability of getting a truck in and out safely through that area, and also getting it as quickly out of the city and onto the freeway as is necessary. But what I would say is, yes, we'll look at those issues, but the final decision will be based by subject matter experts, the traffic engineers, based on their analysis of what ensures health, safety, and welfare and roadway safety at the end of the day.
So it's not ultimately up to the developer to give you, this is what we wish for. It's going to be up to staff and the engineers to determine this is the safest route, taking in consideration the horses, the traffic, the pedestrian, all these components in the same area. They will take that in consideration.
We always do. I think the one thing I would just condition that is that as experts in the process of construction and what they need and how they mobilize their equipment for particular milestones during the construction process, that's where they bring their expertise to a proposed truck haul route. We have to undertake certain things. We have to move a certain amount of material off the property, bring material and equipment on. They're going to propose what they need for their construction plan. You're right. Once we receive that, then the city will vet that and ensure all those facets that you considered are part of that process of review, and provide a truck haul route plan that meets all the health and safety code requirements and all the street and highway code requirements that the traffic engineers and the city engineers are tasked with ensuring.
Thank you. I guess with the absence of everything that you will be discussing and putting together with the developer, it's really hard to imagine what would that look like. I mean, we heard everything from nails on the ground to metal. I mean, all these things, the debris, all these things, I'm assuming that you are going to go back, and if you're not, I would really appreciate to go back and discuss it with the developer when you put together the recommendations, what we would like to see as part of the safety for the area.
We would, and I will tell you, most construction contractors want to preserve their general liability insurance. So a lot of the things that they're going to be mindful of is ensuring that there are not unsafe conditions related to construction, including debris and other material that could be dangerous, to have someone get a flat tire, potentially lose control of their vehicle, someone getting injured, an animal being injured. Those are things that the onus is on them to be mindful of, but then we also have inspectors that go out to the site on a regular basis and ensure that the sites are being maintained to a certain level. So this, what you're telling me, will be communicated to building and safety staff, as well as to the contractor when they come in with their plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a follow-up question about that. So speaking of the construction plan, when will the construction plan be available for us for consideration?
Well, the construction plan wouldn't come to you. The construction plan would be submitted to building and safety and all the different departments that review this as part of our construction analysis before a building permit is issued for any sort of work on site. So they have to get approval of all these components, the construction management plan, and making sure that they comply with those 200 plus conditions of approval before our building and safety official would be able to issue a permit. They also have to get any associated permits from different agencies, both with agencies that are associated with any construction activity, as well as Public Works, to be able to have encroachment permits and to be able to have an approved truck haul route to get to and from the site.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, so the construction management plan is largely ministerial because, as the staff report indicates, it has to still fall within what are objective standards in the code. So, for example, with regard to the truck haul route, Title VI of the Burbank Municipal Code already pre-designates what truck routes are. So 6-1-1301 is entitled Truck Routes for Commercial Vehicles with 3 or more axles. It prescribes specific routes, heading east, heading west. So trucks must stick to those routes. Section 6-1-1302 provides trucks must not deviate from established routes exceptions. And so they're confined to, for instance, if you order a big, brand new appliances for your house, likely your local road, large trucks are not allowed on those, except for local deliveries. So they have to stick to these routes set forth in 6-1-1301, except as provided in the exceptions, and the exceptions are what staff reviews. So there is already a plan on the books. With regard to nails, nails isn't a subject we typically address, but we absolutely hear the community hear their concern about nails. But normally, we regulate the wheels and tires of the trucks that enter and leave a facility because of our stormwater permits. So staff reviews the site construction measures. They're, depending upon the site, for grading activities, there's wheel wash procedures, there's these metal grates that the trucks have to drive over to shake dirt out of the tires, and we also routinely have, and staff has mentioned this, street sweeping requirements to make sure they're not leaving excess debris on the road so it doesn't get into the storm drain, because the city holds the storm drain permit for the entire streets. And so those are the procedures by which they'll vet it, and they'll make sure that they're complying with each of our different permits, the stormwater permit, the haul routes, and so that's kind of how they'll filter through the different code requirements.
Got it. So, so I'm asking because it seems like a number of these items that we're considering tonight, it would be great to see what their construction plan is, to know what kind of impact these suggestions would have when we have in comparison what they're already proposing. So the reason why I'm asking is, when is it going to be available to be able to have that comparison? So is that document, once the permits are pulled, is that document public document to be accessible?
Well, it's submitted to the city as part of their building permit application. Usually it happens towards the latter stages once they've had their project plan check.
Okay.
I can't tell you that it's going to be available 30 days before they're going to get their building permit or 60 days. It varies. It really depends on the scope and magnitude of what their project entails.
However, I want to temper your expectations, because AB 2234 sets shot clock requirements on staff's processing of post-entitlement permits. And so a construction management plan is likely so the entitlement was the approval of the SB 35 project. We have shot clocks on every other plan, the grading plan, construction management plans. They can't be held up. So I just want to say, when is it available? I don't want people to think that it's available for negotiation. It's not, and those plans are deemed approved if they're not approved within the shot clock. So
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess, for me, I don't have any desire to ask for negotiation for that plan. It's just more, if we're going to do it additive measures, and in addition to what they're already proposing, I don't want to have us tonight say, let's go ahead and do this thing when it's already going to be included in their plan, or a different way, or it's already going to be mitigated. So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, or that we're not conflicting efforts. And so I think, generally knowing what they're going to be doing in that plan gives us more direction on how we can be create even more safety around what they're proposing.
So I'm going to steal the microphone from Fred again, which I hate to do. But one thing they absolutely won't do are sound blankets. Okay. But we'll want them to build a fence that's strong enough for our sound blankets if the council wants to do sound blankets. The city's cost on another project in the same neighborhood was like $160,000 for 18 months of sound blankets.
Okay.
So the sites are different size, but for instance, we don't have a code requirement for that. So if that's something the city wants to do, then we definitely need to make sure that there's something to put the sound blankets on.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. But just back to my question again, is that document public for the community to look at if they did a public records request?
I don't know, the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but once the information is available and submitted as a document, then the public can look at it. The reason I just wanted to point this out is that if there are things both in what we presented to you tonight and or other points that were made where we're talking about ensuring that there's no obstructions, no unsafe conditions off the property, I would suggest that you give us feedback regarding that And also, there are cost implications associated with some of these factors that are noted in the staff report. And if you feel that there's a certain list of those that you want to have us talk to the developer, my suggestion would be to do it now. If it's not really an issue of negotiating against ourselves, we know these are all voluntary requirements. So if we're going to do that, what I don't want to do is create a false expectation, for both you and the community, that if we wait out this process and we don't start the discussion with them, that I don't hear from them either things that are non-starters, and that they may say, well, if the city's going to pay for it, then we can have a discussion, versus other things that are like, that's well beyond the scope, but that's something that the council wants to consider, like things flagmen well beyond the boundaries of their property. Those are typical things that are well beyond the scope of a typical project.
Right.
I would suggest that if there are things like that, that you let us know now so that we can have that discussion with the developer, and knowing that there is a cost implication, which at some point in the future will come back to you for final sign-off, similar to what's probably going to happen with the Pickwick project when you finally are told what the overall cost of the sound blanket and other measures are. But I wouldn't delay that, just because people are going to start making decisions regarding mobilization, permits, and we are, to Mr. McDougall's point, now under a shot clock for post-entitlement processing of applications. So there's not like wanting to hide the ball from the public. Once the information is available, it's available. But the more we can do to be proactive in having the discussion with the developer, I think the better we will be to be able to report back to everybody kind of what the outcome of that was.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification, because there was I think it helps me also kind of think about the timeline and the order of things as well. One last follow-up question. Any sense for when all of the construction will start? Like, when you're talking about we have a timeline, or we're under the clock, like how much of a pressure do we have? Are we talking like within a few months, or a year? I don't want to wait for a long time, but I don't also want folks to think it's happening tomorrow if we actually have a year until it happens. So
I don't know the particulars of how they're prepping for mobilization, but I would say from the day we receive a full set of plans, we are on the clock. And I don't recall, I think the shot clock for streamlining is that we have about 60 days for that initial review based on the size of the project. It's almost like the SB 35 timeframes. So it's a very short window from when we get the application that we have to either deem it complete, or if there's corrections, what are those corrections, and get them back to them. So I would say a safe bet is within the next 4 to 6 months, we kind of need to know where we're going to go with this, and what kind of feedback and what kind of engagement you want from us to the developer, because like I said, once they start drawing plans, it's very difficult to start making changes to these aspects of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
You can go first. You did yours already, yeah? No?
Oh, okay. Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have lots of comments, but in terms of questions, so Mr. City Attorney, let's wind back the clock a little bit. Before the Housing Accountability Act, before Senate Bill 35 and now 423, were we bound, when negotiating with developers, were we bound by the terms and conditions set forth in the municipal code, or was it more of an open-ended negotiation that we could have to address the concerns we're talking about tonight?
The city has always been bound by the principles of nexus and proportionality. That is, there has to be a connection between the condition you're imposing on the project and the burden that you're putting on the project has to be no more than their fair proportion, their fair share. So for instance, if the property was giving a dedication of right-of-way anyway, and they had to improve that right-of-way, you couldn't make them improve really more than their frontage. The case on proportionality was a hardware store that was told they had to build a half-mile of bike path, and they were going to have like a half of employee based upon traffic calculations that would ride a bike, and the city wanted them to build a half mile, and they said that's not proportional. They could pay a portion, but they couldn't pay for the whole thing. So the city has always been bound by nexus and proportionality. and generally what's in the code. Now, historically, from the early 90s all the way up until 2017, most of our large developments, in fact, most of our development activity had been with planned developments under statutory development agreements, which are negotiated contracts.
So in those instances, we wouldn't be bound by what's in the municipal
So the
code.
council and the community got very used to $5 to $23 million public benefits packages that didn't necessarily have nexus and proportionality. Since the ADU law, we've had somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 by right ADUs built, where we're limited strictly to what's in the code, but actually relief from our code requirements like parking, setbacks. They don't even have to comply with what's on the books. Also now with SB 35 and with density bonus projects, which go back a little more, we're seeing projects that get statutory relief from our requirements. We get less than what our code provides, and most of the projects we're seeing, including 910, is both an SB 35 and a density bonus, so we must give them incentives and concessions to ensure that their projects remain affordable, as well as waivers and exemptions from physical barriers. So we are far more limited than traditionally.
Okay. One other sort of background question. Now, in Burbank, we use the concept of a neighborhood protection plan. We've talked about that in many instances. What is that, and how does it relate to a development project that we're addressing?
So it is often, almost always in the context of a development plan, but it is not a requirement of a development. In other words, the biggest one that we've done recently was the Alameda Neighborhood North. And that resulted from traffic passing north-south, like down Avon and Lima, across into some of our studio properties, and there was a tremendous amount of cut-through traffic. When the Tularia project was approved, that was a statutory development agreement, plan development project. They made a contribution, but it was clear that none of that traffic related to their project because their project hadn't even been built. And the city embarked on this neighborhood process to put in cul-de-sacs. First, we put in temporary K-rails, and once the traffic was normalized, the city came to council, they did environmental review, and they put in permanent cul-de-sacs. For those who may be familiar, the same sort of thing happened down by Pass Avenue, the Warner neighborhood. There are little cul-de-sacs on roads that used to go east-west or eastward to Pass Avenue. And so now we have the Rancho Providencia neighborhood project, and we currently have temporary measures in place, which was with context to a project that got built there. In fact, I just visited that community today. The parkways were nice and clean. But there's a process there to, again, mitigate the increased growth in that area and prevent pass-through neighborhood traffic that burdens the community. And there's another one being discussed. I'm not sure if it was actually kicked off or not, but it's the Ontario, the Golden State neighborhood. It's within context of the specific plan. The specific plan is a city-initiated specific plan, so the neighborhood protection plan can be merged, but I think some of that also came out from the airport-related Ubers and Lyfts parking on their street. So I think it's a combination of things.
Okay, thank you. So I guess just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, so there are concerns with any project that need to be addressed. And it sounds like what you're saying is that there are certain things that we can condition upon the developer to do. Now, that does not relieve the city of its opportunity, if you will, to take matters into its own hands through development of neighborhood protection plan measures, correct?
Absolutely. And in each of those cases, the city actually self-funded both the temporary measures and then the permanent measures.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Sorry, I think you might have mentioned it. Our construction management plan in our city code, does it allow for allowances to be considered for horses and equestrians passing by the
I don't believe
space.
horses are expressly included, but there may be crossover measures that would also satisfy some of their concerns. The example I gave was, we haven't typically seen one regarding nails, but there are similar measures that get to that same thing, road debris, construction debris. So I think it's kind of a crossover issue that is easily includable.
I see. Okay. So
Normally, our street sweepers, I mean, they raised a good point about the equestrian center and magnets.
Yeah.
I don't know that magnets are one we've typically talked about, because normally we're looking at, brushes and vacuum type equipment. But it's certainly something that could be discussed. If it's not readily available, that may not be something that can logically be included in the plan.
And again, magnets only work on metal. There's plenty of wood and construction, possible rocks and debris. Okay. And there's also a number of metals that are not magnetic, so, yeah.
I have a question, I know the answer, but I really want to ask the city attorney. Put the city attorney on the spot. I'm looking at my notes, and one of the speakers said, stop Circle K from happening. I want to ask you again, because this topic and emails come to council and with the plea to stop Circle K from happening, stop 910 Mariposa project, stop the condominiums. In our power as council, can we stop this project from happening?
No, this project has already been approved. There is litigation. The city is a co-defendant in that litigation, but the city does not have the ability to rescind the approval it's already given to the project.
Thank you. And I asked this question, I know the answer, of course, because we've sat here in many meetings and we talked about what our authority is over SB 35 project and what's not. But I don't know, I wanted to ask again, is just so everybody in the room can hear and understand that I wish it was really up to us to stop this project. We cannot do it. I know you want us to do it, but the city attorney said it, and we say it in every meeting. We are not allowed to stop this project from happening and moving forward. So what I want to do as a council member is to see what we can do. And I know it was mentioned early that I talked about safety. And yes, I do want to have safety for the horses, for the whole entire community. But to stop the project is not going to happen. And please, I'm just asking that we need to focus on what we can do to help you, to help help the people who are putting the project to work together in order for us to really have this without any, issues, without any causes of lives or endangering the horses. So we're having this discussion tonight. Heard from you about a lot of the concerns over safety, and I think it's really important. One thing that I wanted to ask, and I know Councilmember Press touched on, is also the fence. And looking at this fence, yeah, it's very low, and I was thinking to myself, I mean, how many years have we had it? And somebody mentioned 1960 when they started building this fence. So, what can we do in the future to try and maybe to help in the discussion with the fence? Maybe we are successful, maybe we're not, but we need to take a look at it.
Yeah, so let me first say, I said it was the Army Corps of Engineers. I checked again, it's actually Los Angeles County Flood Control District. We did a project, the Lake Alameda bike path. It goes from the downtown Burbank Metrolink station diagonally. It actually follows on the bank of the Burbank Western Channel all the way to Victory, where the 31 Flavors is. Is that Leland? Over by former boat hunters. I don't know the current name of that business. We did reach an agreement with LA County Flood Control to let us improve the shoulder. I'm unaware that we have any such agreement presently in the Rancho. One thing that they're very concerned about when we touch their property is that we don't undermine the river wall, right? It's engineered. So we had to step back. So that's a project. We have a precedence. We actually did a very nice path from the Metrolink station all the way down to Victory. But it was an involved project. We got permits and they dictated the means. I don't know that they would be opposed to the city increasing the height of a fence, but they're not going to want that to be to any jeopardy of their retaining wall on the LA River. So it's something which we've negotiated 2 separate agreements with them to put improvements there. But that process is likely going to take longer than this project, which has already been approved by the city.
I understand and I appreciate that explanation because I think it's important for all of us to know that who owns the fence, who's responsible, and perhaps this is something we can take a look at for future, safety measures that we can come back when we come back with the master plan to explore some options about the fence as well. Thank you.
Can I see?
Sorry, Councilmember Mullins, to your point, and I've been mulling it over, wanting to know who's the owner, because I know now's not the time, because it doesn't have to do with this project, but I will be asking for something at the appropriate time. This meeting.
Well, this item is a discussion of possible construction measures to reduce potential construction impacts.
So not
The
just for
fence
this
is
one
in it.
project.
So I can ask about. the
Well, I
fence.
mean, I can tell you, we can't put that on the developer, and it could take longer, but,
Right.
I mean, I think it's one of the measures in here, so.
I think the fence is a very dangerous component of this. I mean, I personally run in that area consistently, and I agree with you.
You
I
mean the
could've-
low fence by the river?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
on both sides of the Mariposa Bridge. And what I wanted to ask staff was for a report back to council on that discussion with the owners. I want to know what our options are, what can we do in that area? And I think it should be a high priority. I know the Rancho Master Plan is going to take a much longer time, but that fence.
So looking at it, and it looks like that debris has built up over quite a long period of time. But when you look at it, that dirt probably falls right over the edge of that wall into the river. So just know that if we touch it, we probably have to fix an urban runoff issue from that property straight down into the river. And it could become, could be subject to a lot of engineering requirements that take some time. So I'm just saying, I don't think there's currently any mitigation for runoff and debris that runs off of that trail into the surface waters. If we touch it, we own it. And I only say that to mean it implicates a longer regulatory process that we're well equipped to deal with, if that's what council wants.
Great, and those are the kind of things I want to come back to us in a shorter time frame, I think, than the Rancho Master Plan, because that's going to take a long time. Meanwhile, that fence is one of the things that they have mentioned that is a very, very big deal. It's a big risk at the moment.
It actually may be we can certainly have talks with LA County Flood Control, but the master plan may actually be the best place to put that, because we also want provisions to get dedications from properties where we want more equestrian linkages, and that trail system could be that could be a good way to deal with it, as well as other linkages that the council may want.
Mr. Mayor, are we still in questioning or can we go to deliberation?
Are we all done with questions? Yeah? Let's start some deliberation. Yeah, I want to hear what council's thinking here.
If I might,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
Go
I'll
for
make
it.
some brief comments. I want to turn it over to my colleagues here. So I made the only decision that I could, as much as I don't like it. If I had the I'll just say, if I had the discretion that we once did, and if I could take into consideration and exercise discretion of all the things that the neighbors are talking about tonight, the outcome might be different. But we are where we are. Here is my concern. We have talked about this project moving forward, and we need to mitigate it. Now, I understand there's a big distinction between what we can put on the developer and what they can pay. From this council member's perspective, whatever the price to pay is, I'm willing to pay it. I just want it done. So when I look at the fence, I am a little disappointed that it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, like we haven't reached out to the owner of the fences. We haven't started that conversation. That should be done tomorrow. in my opinion, because it is a safety concern that I have. And not just academically with Liz Radley, I have walked that and I want that addressed. And this isn't something that's abstract. I'm thinking about the well-being of the neighborhood. I'm thinking about the financial well-being of the city. I want to mitigate. I understand we have a construction management plan, and that's going to be worked out with the developer, but not all of the concerns that have been addressed tonight are isolated to the property. And so I do think that we need to work very diligently to ensure that we're putting in place a traffic plan, a parking protection plan to ensure that we, as Mr. Simonson said, we don't have folks that are crowding the neighborhoods and parking on the streets. And I understand that not all of this can be explicitly required of the developer, but I think we have to go a little further than saying we will ask pretty please, and if they say no, I think the follow-up needs to be, then fine, we'll do it, we'll pay for it, let's get it done. That's the attitude I think we need to take as a city, because anything less isn't really doing everything that we can in our power to fight for this neighborhood. And quite frankly, I wish there was more I could do. I really, really do. But those issues at a minimum, and especially the fencing, we have to go back, and I think we should make some calls tomorrow. And the last thing I'll say to the city attorney's point, I understand that anytime you start touching construction on another project, I get it, let them do the work and we'll pay for it. That's my perspective. Let's get it done.
Okay, well said. Anything else? Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, for the beginning of the discussion.
Yeah.
I share the same sentiment that although we are not necessarily, we are not the reason why SB 35 exists, and we are not the reason why this had to be approved. We did commit, all of us committed to doing everything we could based on the fact that we were kind of forced into doing this to mitigate any kind of impact. So I agree that it's up to us to do what we can. I went over the different specifics that were suggested in the staff report, and I just want to highlight some. I do generally agree that going to the developer and asking for them to go above and beyond as nicely as we can is a good idea. That said, odds of them doing that might be low, and so there are some things on the list that I think we can go ahead and just commit to without having to ask them. One of them is, I think it's up to us to definitely educate, it's an item to be educate the construction site about the horses around and to be considerate of it, and not just once, but ongoing through the entire project to continue to reach out to them as when there's different subcontractors coming in and different folks that they're going to be reminded. Also, 2C is avoiding horses to enter any dangerous areas. That's obvious, but I still think it's good to keep reminding them of that, and that horses are different than cars, and horses have a different transportation style, and so to make sure that they're aware of that. I also like 2F, which is communicating with the equestrian center, and that's an ongoing thing as well. I think that's a good idea for us to just be in communication with the equestrian center. They'll have the finger on the pulse of what the community's concerns about are, but also just kind of a general pattern. I am in favor of investing in the sound blankets. I think that even though it would be great if the developer provided them, I think that that would be something that we can invest in as a community. There were some suggestions about how to improve their construction facilities, like their vehicles and whatnot. I think H, I, and J all talked about rubberized mats on their vehicles, quieter vehicles. Those are all, I hope that they would be willing to do that. They're not that expensive. It's $35 per vehicle for some of the things, so hopefully we can
those
ask.
would actually be extremely difficult to enforce. If you
Okay.
think about timing and availability, they're going to probably bid that work. And
Well, we could ask. Let's ask. Okay. Just want to ask, but I think that we can ask for mitigations. Okay, and then also in addition to that, a couple ideas. In particular, on that site where the construction's happening, there's two sides of the construction that are particularly impactful. One is over by the boarding facility, and one is over by the trail. And if we can ask and inform the construction site workers to try to reduce the amount of trucks and noise and unnecessary use of that space along those edges, so that the noise is on the other side. That would, I think, decrease the impact on the horses as much as possible. There may be some issues where they can't avoid it, but where they have a choice to use the other side. Also, it mentioned in the report about, in addition to having the superintendent on site for noise, there's also a suggestion for having a feedback email and phone number that we would provide as a city for concerns and suggestions. I think that's something that we can establish right away, actually, because we are going to get continued concerns about this. So having a one place for folks to go, and that we know where to, send them to, would be great to have, and a collection of ideas too. So, any more ideas you have to mitigate this, the impact, the more ideas we have, the better. I'm also really concerned with that fence, and I understand the limitations that we have with that fence, but I'm concerned that we're suggesting folks go by that fence as a way to, so it's from one danger to another danger. And I just want to think about that, just think how we can better, I don't know, I just don't want to, I feel like that could be done better. I don't know what the solution is for that, but I am definitely concerned about that as an option. It's like, which is the worst option? They're both, not so great. And then I also wanted to offer to the community that as we're moving forward here, my door is open to meet. So if you want to bend my ear and do more than 3 minutes at the lectern, you can please contact me. My phone number is 818-252-9014. If you didn't catch it, it's 818-252-9014. Set a time up and we can meet and talk over Zoom, in person. You can give me a tour. I've done several tours there, but I'm willing to do more. So just wanted to let you know that, we do care, and we're going to do at least I think I could speak for all of us, but I'm willing to do the extra mile as much as I can and within the limitations that we have. So those are my thoughts on the different. What's your number again? Yes, 818-252-9014. And texting is best, but you can call too.
Thank you for reading out those positions, Councilmember Takahashi. I fully agree. I'm glad that you read them out for all of us, but I fully agree with what the Vice Mayor said. I don't think any price we pay is too little. Here's the thing with SB 35. It does not matter if we want this project or not. Quite frankly, I worked at the state when that bill was going through. I think in many ways it was the state's way of incentivizing communities like ours that did not develop since the 90s to develop more. The problem is that we did not have measures in place to protect specific neighborhoods at the time, including yours. And that was something I've been pointing out since then. Quite frankly, that law came into place in 2018. None of us were on council at the time. That was way before our time, and my confusion, concern, anger, a lot of different things, is that nobody on council at that time did anything. And that is why we are here now, because these master plans take time, and we are working backwards to fix something that should have been addressed a while ago. And I'm sorry for that. But what we can do right now is work on these mitigation measures. And I think that is the cost that we are paying for what our predecessors didn't do. We are a council that is very proactive. We are not reactive to these issues. But, and as much as you're shaking your head, no, we are doing our best, working backwards on laws that were created before all of us came into the seat. So we are working backwards to fix things as fast as we can. And I think that's why, at least from my point of view, and you've heard from my colleagues, there's a commitment to pay for these things because it is the right thing to do to protect your neighborhood, because it didn't happen beforehand. And it is why we are pressing on the Rancho Master Plan, and staff is working to make it come through so that we can put in those necessary protections for the future. Because as you know, you've heard, Councilmember Mullins, thank you for bringing that up, anything that we ask for is not going to affect this project, right? There are many things we can't require to all of our, I think, frustrations. And that is why that master plan is important, and it is coming very late, in my opinion. That is not something we had control over, not us, not staff, but it's coming. And that's why I think it's, that's very important. What we can do is mitigate the problem that we have been handed down. And we are going to do our best to do that. So I stand with what you said, Mr. Vice Mayor. We need to cover that cost because it is the price we are now paying as a city to protect our residents. And I don't think there's a cost too high to protect our residents. And I again want to reiterate, I want to start with that fence and talking about that fence. I don't want to wait till the Rancho Master Plan because somebody could fall in the time between now and that plan. I think it's important to start handling that and having those conversations tomorrow with the folks who are in charge of that area. I want to know what our options are. I don't want any person, child, horse to fall on that side of that fence. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you. I want to also add to everything else that was mentioned, so no need to read everything again. And I don't know if you did say it, Councilmember Takahashi, or somebody mentioned also under L, providing a flagman for entrance of construction. I think that's really important, having someone there directing and providing directions for the traffic. So if we can get the developer to include that, that will be great. If not, I think we deeply need to take a look at it ourselves, including in the list that Councilmember Takahashi did talk about earlier. And I think we covered really everything that was on the list that staff provided for us, except that one item L. I do want to, having discussion about the Rancho and also the objective standard really brought also some additional thoughts, and I think one of our speakers, Elise, mentioned it earlier, that we need to start looking at also objective standards for the whole entire city. And this is a separate project by itself, and is something I'm not asking for staff to look at today. But in my opinion, look at all the steps that we're going through right now in trying to protect one neighborhood. And I think it's important that now we have these objective standards throughout the city, whether it's SB 35, AB 2011, that all the developers will know in advance that these are the objective standards the city has, and they need to go into the project or look at the project and know, here's a list of all our standards. So instead of recreating things every time we have a project, this is a great opportunity to take and start developing that, and we have this objective to be part of our doing businesses, if you will, if somebody decides to build a project. And I know with SB 35 or AB 2011, it's an ask, not a demand. But I think it's important for them to see that in advance and knowing coming in, we don't have to sit here and go through letters A through L to see which one we want for, we want to do, or they have to be doing it themselves. So I would ask, I hope my colleagues agree with it, that we need to make this part of our standards that we do for development on all the projects.
So I'll give council credit. You already adopted SB 35 and 2011 standards that we ended up having quite a discussion about adding an urgency ordinance to our package and had them in effect before July 1st. However, this application predates those as well. It's also an equestrian neighborhood, and the objective standards that you all adopted were citywide and don't take into account this, the special circumstances of this neighborhood. That was the direction you gave us to then do the Rancho specific plan.
So we have these measures, and thank you for reminding me, but do we have similar measures that we did adopt actually on SB 35? Or the majority of these measures?
These are more detailed. Normally, we don't require sound blankets except for when a development is adjacent to a recording studio. We've had several projects where that's actually happened, and we've required the sound blankets. We've never required rubber matting in a truck before. That's not typical. And normally if you look at First Street, for instance, the period at which they were excavating material was a very short period. So, but in terms of the debris and the wheel washing and all of those things, those are normal requirements. And so they should be addressed in the plan that we have.
Yeah, I think whatever we can bring together to put as objectives, if we didn't maybe, because this is more, I understand detailed information specific for that area, but there's other projects that may have sound wall issues, for example, the noise that we need to protect the neighborhood from. So it's a matter of just having a list, throwing a list of everything that we have and making sure that either they adhere to it or they decide they don't want to do it. And Fred is up here and wanted to say something.
If the mayor would allow me to, I think I can answer your question. The objective development standards citywide have chapters. One of the first chapters that you adopted had to do with complete streets. We did mention that Building and Safety, Public Works, and BWP, Burbank Water and Power, would also have objective standards. What you're referring to is, we talked about construction management plan. We may have a citywide standard set of construction management plan with different tiers. To the city attorney's point, the stuff in the Rancho is very unique, especially even more so fine-grained geographically because of the horse trails. The horse trails don't exist everywhere in the Rancho. They are in specific areas. So we're gonna have to go into that level of detail, but I totally agree. We mentioned it before. We anticipate new chapters being incorporated into the citywide standards. I just want to be able to bring that to you in a vetting process so we get everybody's input and everybody understands all the potential implications. Because as you squeeze like a balloon with water, you put pressure here, it's gonna move somewhere else, right? And so the same thing will happen with certain impacts. So it's coming, it's a chapter, you're on point. It's just, we also have limited staffing and bandwidth, and I think the Rancho specific plan is really, I think you guys have, you all collectively, the council, have really set the stage when we have 3 specific plans currently in process, and a 4th one in the Rancho specific plan, and all those are gonna give you what you want, which is specific standards, greater transparency for the developers, what is expected of them, with the intent that if they meet all those obligations, we'll be able to streamline development of housing, which addresses the issue that Councilmember Perez noted, which is we have to do a better job on the production side. And now we actually have not only the stick that comes with the carrot, and that is that the state is watching our production numbers under the housing element, and we do not want to be in a situation where the state questions the certification of our existing housing element for non-production of housing. So.
And to that point, Councilmember Mullins, I hear you, and I'm glad we have the objective standards, but I really also am glad we're having the Rancho Master Plan, because it's a very unique area. I think what applies to my neighborhood in Magnolia Park is not going to apply down there, and I want them to have those specific protections. And to the point that we discussed earlier, a lot of the examples that staff brought up, they don't have these issues because they already have these protections. They were proactive about this. And so that's why we need to create that Rancho plan.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And this was in addition to what we're doing for the Rancho. We should do it everywhere else in the city, like addressing objective standard for citywide projects that are not just specific for the Rancho. The Rancho's already, this is what we're discussing now, but for future other projects in other areas, in addition to what we're doing now.
Right. To Fred's point,
we're
working on all of that. We're working against the clock.
Can I?
I'll make a motion.
10:58?
I'll make a motion to go past 11 o'clock.
All in favor? Yes. Yeah, thank you. I have a, I'm trying to wrap my head around this all night. We keep talking about things, especially in the, either the construction management plan or mitigation efforts whenever there's a new project in the Rancho. But have we never done that before? Have we never made specific findings for mitigation measures in the Rancho as it pertains to construction projects? Like, I feel like we're starting from zero here. Is that not right? No, we've got something, right?
Well, we've never needed special standards, so when the Pickwick Drive-In Theater was removed and that whole shopping center was put in, that was done under a planned development.
Right.
When the equestrian apartments that actually have stables under the parking garage was put in, that was a planned development. I don't know, was Dinkara a planned development? Dinkara was a planned development.
Dinkara was a planned development.
So there's been development consistently. The GM training facility was there. That became the French school. That was reuse of an existing facility. So until these SB 35 projects, most of these have come in, the larger projects, as planned developments, in which case we had much more flexibility with the plan that we put together.
I mean, I would love to just pull some of those old plan developments and see what is kind of the low-hanging fruit that we used on those. If there's like some easy stuff, some language we can pull from there. But yeah, having them all having been planned developments is tough because we can't
So,
really.
Mr. Mayor, the difference between those is they were not subject to SB 35.
Right,
Everything
that's what I'm
past
saying.
2018 is working under a whole different set of rules.
Yeah,
But I think, if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think what you're saying is there's sort of multiple, we should not just note and file, clearly. What we should do is direct staff to develop these objective standards that are applicable to the Rancho. And I think what you're getting at is, as a source of inspiration, we should look at the safeguards and the mitigation measures from those historical plan developments as a starting point.
Right, and there's two parts to that. One, yes, put it into a future land use when we go to the specific plan and all that. But to your point, yes, let's reach out to the developer and see where he is on this stuff. But at the end of the day, there are certain specific stuff that we can put forward, whether or not the developer is interested in it. There's ways of us using the public right of way, using the space behind. There's some things that we can do separately that I think is usable and increases safety and can help in the neighborhood early on.
So, Mayor, to follow up, I want to go back and say that there were a lot of great suggestions tonight, starting, of course, with Mr. Simonson, but not just him. There were some great mitigation measures that were brought up. My belief is that we should approach the developer and ask that in the spirit of being a good neighbor and cooperation that they do it. And I do think we should report publicly back about what they choose not to do. And look, everyone, it's like my line of work. I'm an attorney. Your reputation follows you around. So we'll let the public judge what they don't do. What they don't do, however, I think we have an obligation to pick it up. It's much like we saw with the Golden State Neighborhood Protection Plan, which I agendized. It's the same thing with the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan, which was a complement to Raising Cane's. These neighbors have done nothing wrong, and in my opinion, when we have limited means to say no to a project, and we have a responsibility to mitigate, the very least we can do is say we'll do everything in our power and we'll pay for it if that comes to it. That's where I'm at, and I definitely think everything that you read into the record tonight, Councilmember Takahashi, completely agree with. Yes, the fence, Councilmember Perez, and I think that there's even more. Especially in terms of debris that can be in the right of way that could be potentially fatal to a horse. So I think that we need to incorporate all of that into our plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last thing I would say, just generally speaking, coming down here, talking to us, being engaged, this is how we move forward on this. This is how we get things done. Just this year, the update to SB 35 that included the equestrian carve-out, that's because the 3 state representatives from Burbank went to Sacramento and got that bill passed. That's what happened here. So you have a voice, we are working on it, and we're gonna take care of what's going on here on Mariposa and beyond in the area. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have enough direction from us?
I think we do, and we'll have to come back with most likely a budget amendment, and we could report out
Whatever it takes.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing I'd mention, Mr. Mayor, and to Ms. Schomburger's point, and I know that Councilmember Mullins agendized this, we have a very important task we have to take up before the end of the year. So I would also ask that that be prioritized from the staff perspective. I don't want it to get past December 31st. If we have to have a special meeting December 31st, I'll be there. But let's do it.
Can you make it the 30th?
Oh, I like spending time with you guys. How about New Year's Eve together?
All right.
Ouch.
All right. Thank you all for coming down. This is the stuff that we're going to be working on. We will come back. We're going to get a report back, and we'll see how far we can get in the interim. Thank you all. Okay, now is the time for council members to report on their committee assignments. You can report on your conferences and regional meetings too, as well.
I just have a few things. So can we do it together? Just to
Yeah,
expedite?
go for it.
I just have a few things. So on Thursday, October 19th, I think maybe all of us were there, serving breakfast for our city employees, which was so cool. I was fortunate to get there early enough that there was still food left over. So I got to serve lots of eggs. It was awesome. And then on that same day, a little bit later that day, I met with a representative from Livable and, hold on, no, it's not right. I went to a meeting of the San Fernando Valley Economic Alliance Livable and Sustainable Communities Committee meeting. So that was good. And then today, just before a council meeting, I attended an online update of our MetroLink in Burbank Station here downtown, that the construction that's being done on the tracks there should be done by January, which is exciting. And then at that point, the times between trains should be significantly reduced. It's going to add to fleets. So that's exciting too.
Mm-hmm.
I can go. Alrighty, I too was serving breakfast to our city employees. I had waffles and what was it, no, chicken nuggets. But I got the waffles and the biscuits. So of course I was the person with all of the carbs. I felt bad. Every time one of our emergency personnel passed by, I was like, hi, can I tempt you with carbs? So that was fun. We were there bright and early. And then on Friday, October 20th, I had a ride-along with our Burbank police. It was very informative. I got to learn a lot and got to patrol. On Saturday, October 21st, I attended the LGBTQ elected convening with Assessor Praying. So he's putting together a convening of LA County LGBTQ elected officials, which is great, and I'm looking forward to future meetings. Also on Saturday, we had the Burbank Historical Society's 50th anniversary celebration. I was very happy to attend with many of you, and then the Vice Mayor and I got to hand the awards and shake the hands of the lovely students and who had wonderful essays about what Burbank will look like in 50 years. I remember writing that essay. They too had very ambitious aspirations, and I hope they are right. And then today, I also attended that MetroLink meeting with Councilmember Takahashi. It was very helpful to hear what the future of our MetroLink station holds. And that's all for me.
Well, I too attended everything else you attended except the MetroLink meeting. Great event for Historic Society. We talked about it earlier. Breakfast was great. It was nice to see all the employees and serve with both hands the bacon and the waffles and everything else. So it was a lot of fun. Yes, with the vice mayor standing there supervising me.
I was going to say, went to all the same events. There was no food to hand out, so I tried to entertain people with my whimsical humor. It did not work, so I apologize to the employees. I've also had several meetings in the course of the last week. I know you were going to be there, Mayor. I know I had to cover for you. I know you've had a lot of demands on your time, but meeting with our airport authority leadership about a variety of matters that'll probably be coming to council in the near future. And then, of course, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to say a few remarks at the Historical Society on your behalf. So, thank you.
That employee breakfast was always good, every year, always good. I went, Saturday morning, I went to an event up in San Fernando. Actually, it was in the city of LA, but we were right over the border from San Fernando for the 100th anniversary of FACey Medical Group, which operates through Providence, and Providence has been running, obviously, hospitals for a very long time. But FACey, they started in San Fernando, and so they've been local for a very long time. I went there. They did sort of a street outreach fair, and it was really great to see all the folks there. I did swing by the Historical Society. I couldn't stay. It did look like a great turnout. I did want to see that charcuterie board, so I missed out on that, but I'll check it out. And this morning I had an update from Metro on some projects that they're working on. So we'll see what comes of it. All right, moving on, we have time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do any members of council have items to introduce?
The only one item we already talked about earlier during the report, to make sure that we bring back the report for SB 423. Is that, we talked about it a little earlier.
That's the number.
Okay, thank you.
The only agenda item I have, and I'd like to ask that we agendize adjourning our next meeting in memory of Councilmember Cindy Montañez from the city of San Fernando, who passed away tragically this last week.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Mr. City Attorney, that does not need to be agendized for discussion. That can just be a request made to the mayor for.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we now adjourn to Tuesday, November 7th, 2023, for a regular meeting in the council chambers, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. See you then.
And happy Halloween, everyone. Stay safe.